You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good Saturday morning. Welcome to the state of Alabama. Welcome to the final day of the St. Croix Bassmaster Open Series for 2024. This is the one on that playing field right there, Lake Martin in Alabama, originally scheduled to be in South Carolina. Weather concerns and recovery concerns moved it over here, and we've had a tremendous tournament here. There's no doubt about it, a place with a lot of Bassmaster history. We are down to 10 anglers on our final day. There's something about the last day of every Bassmaster fishing tour that's very, very special. A lot of business still to settle, but a lot of it has already been settled. Was taken care of yesterday on day 2. The full field fished the first couple of days, and those 10, separated by 3.5 pounds, are going to battle it out for the title and the chance to go to the Bassmaster Classic 2025. One more of those spots to award before this season is over, and that will be awarded at the end of the day after 8 hours of fishing time. A little bit of fog, a little bit of thin fog hanging over as we take a look at this footage from takeoff earlier today, Wind Creek State Park here. Our anglers, of course, noticeably, well, keyed up for this, as they should be. We have got full field, of course, already cut down to 10, and well, it's going to be a big, big battle today. Weights, as you can tell, as we move into our leaderboard a little bit later, we're going to be very, very small as far as the baseline goes, but the competition is always the same, and it's the same for everyone. So let's take a listen to what our 10 anglers are thinking about. What's on their mind on this special day?
I've been covering a lot of shallow places with a popper, spinnerbait, trying to get that bigger bite. I feel like the big bite is coming early in the morning or after lunch. The big ones have been up there real early feeding on brim, and later in the day when that sun's been sky high, it pushes them and positions them just right in front of them docks. So, you know, fishing a lot of seawalls and fishing a lot of docks, covering a lot of water, that's the key to catching a big one.
Feeling great. It's championship Saturday. It's, you know, that's the goal of every tournament. And fortunately yesterday we caught a big bag to get back in it. And I'm really looking forward to it. I think I figured a little bit something out where those particularly bigger fish are holding. And I feel like, you know, if we go out and if we can capitalize, we're definitely going to be around them. It's just going to be getting those bites. And I think if we can do that, we have a great shot to get it done. That'd be a great way to cap off the end of the year, is host the hoist the second Blue Trophy of the year. And that's the goal today, nothing less.
Feeling good this morning, just getting to go fishing. Just love it. Been blessed to be out here all week. My family's here, having a blast. Just gonna go have some fun.
Hey y'all, super excited. Finally made a final day this year. I've been pretty consistent all year. Had a couple downfalls that cost me elites, but finally made one of these dang top 10s. I have a bunch of buddies that made the elites and whatnot. I kept on seeing them on live the final day, and I was definitely envious, but today we get to do it. So I'm just gonna enjoy it, have a blast. Hopefully people aren't laughing at me too much on FS1 today, and just have a good time. And if it's my time and it's meant to happen, it'll happen. If not, it's what it is, man. It's gonna be a beautiful day on the water. I'm just gonna have fun.
Good morning, guys. We're here at Lake Martin on day 2 of the Bassmaster Open EQ Series. It's the last stop. We got some fog this morning. Hopefully we don't get delayed too long, but we're looking forward to getting out there. You know, this is the first top 10 I've made this year, so first time with a cameraman in the boat. We're looking forward to giving you guys some action this morning, and you know, it's been a real grind for me this week. I'm not getting a lot of bites, but when I get one, a lot of times it's a good fish. So just looking forward to it, man. I'm blessed to be here. All glory and honor goes to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, as always, and looking forward to getting out there.
Main thing was to qualify for the Elite Series. The top 10 is just another bonus. The last night was the first night I've slept good since before Okeechobee, so the stress is done, and this tournament was just one blessing after another. I caught a lot of nice fish doing something that I don't usually do, and I was real fortunate to get them in the boat. And today I'm just going to go have fun because I've made the elites now, and I'm going to try to win today and fish for big ones.
No, man, it's a great feeling, you know. I mean, this is a dream come true. You know, today is my first day competing as a qualified Elite Series angler. How cool is that? You know, I mean, that's just such a blessing. And today we get to go fishing like pressure free, you know. I mean,
we have everything to gain and nothing to lose today. And so that's going to be a fun day. No pressure, just going to have a good time and try to catch a couple big ones, have a chance to win this thing. I mean, everyone in this top 10 has a chance to win. And so we need to go try to make it happen. Let's get it, dude.
So interesting to hear from all of our 10, or most of our 10, who are going to be out there fishing today. Obviously, they've all got a little bit of nerves, but they're all very thankful to be here. They get one more day of fishing in their season. That's reason to celebrate enough right there, Ronnie Moore.
Yeah, absolutely. A long, long season since February, Tommy, early in February. They started before we started our elite season, and they ended 2 months after we ended our elite season. So a long, long year for these anglers. Battle tested and battle approved. Most of them, the 9 that are moving on the Elite Series, are well prepared for the next battle. But today we have something else to decide. A tight leaderboard, 3 pounds separating first to 10th, and we will see how it matches out.
Talk about those anglers who've got the pressure off since they have qualified, done what they set out to do. Fished the Tackle Warehouse EQ Elite Qualifier Series and made it into the top 9 positions, and there they are right now, from Easton Fothergill all the way down to Evan Kung. Some of them out there fishing today, some of them got the work done but did not qualify for this final day. Only the top 10 in weight here over the first 2 days are fishing on this day, but a lot of reason for celebrating today. We'll talk about all those qualifiers during the course of our coverage as we move through the next 3 hours with you on legendary Lake Martin, here, one of the oldest man-made lakes of any size in America. Of course, a lot of bass fishing history here. We're in the heart of bass fishing country. Another important part of the country for bass fishing is Florida. That's where we find Bobby Bakewell. Starts the day in 3rd place.
Oh, man. You get a short window. Those topwater bites, you gotta take advantage of every bite you get. One and a half, 150. All right, number 2. Man, that water's warm. Feels good at first until it starts to dry. Then you start feeling it.
Good start, quick start, and a short window, according to 3rd place Bobby Bakewell, who 9.7 on day 1, but 9.14 on day 1, but 12.5 yesterday. Huge day.
Bill Lowen, we've seen some top water this week. Welcome to the show, by the way. We're so glad of the grinders on the Elite Series.
Glad to be here.
For sure, Tom. That might be our first catch on a buzzbait on live. We've seen a lot of topwaters, but that's our first buzzbait one of the week.
Well, we've definitely watched that topwater bite unfold every single morning. You know, and you hear the guys talk about having that small early window, and then I think we see that topwater bite again in the afternoon when we get those hard shade lines. But definitely every morning we've seen the guys, you know, buzz baits, plopper style baits, poppars, and things like that. So today is setting up exactly the way the last 2 days have, and I expect it to go that way for the next hour or so at least.
Great to have you with us, Bill, and I know you kind of confirmed for us that guys 18 years on the Bassmaster Elite Series and still going strong, still love seeing the same kind of techniques that we get excited about watching live.
Yeah, I think anytime you can watch and I hate saying old school techniques because they're not, you know what I mean? But to watch it actually go down and unfold, you know, topwater explosions, things like that, guys flipping docks, it's very exciting. And that's the way I grew up fishing.
130.
It's hard to argue with it that it's extremely fun.
And we talked about it. This is what's so great about the fall. The fall can be very tough fishing. The weights get lower in the fall at times. But boy, we have like such a diverse technique spread over the 3 days of this open because of the time of the year that it is.
Yeah, we have every pattern going on that you can possibly think of right now, from shallow cranking, topwaters, offshore forward-facing sonar. We've seen the guys do lots of things. You know, the key this week's been to get that better than average bite and try to make that happen. And I think big fish of the week's been just a little over 4 pounds, and a 3-pounder's like a unicorn right now. So the guys that can catch that 3-pound or better fish today are definitely going to have a shot to win this thing. But like we keep stressing, that fall fishing is so much fun. There's so many techniques going on, and it's a grinder. It's typically tough, and those always make for good events.
Paul Marks of Georgia, one of those guys who's not feeling pressure to qualify for the elites because he has gotten the job done. He can freewheel it today and try to win this tournament.
My jig head's backwards in its mouth. I don't know how I'm going to get it out.
It's one of those moments when you see, Bill, when you hook up and you see 5 follow the fish into the boat, you want to get out there. And now of course, it's always the one that's hooked funny, or it's going to take you longer to get back out there.
Right. Well, I guess you know you're doing the right thing when your jig head's in there backwards. You know, my problem's always been, Ronnie, when I see him on the screen, there's only one. You know, there's never 5 following mine.
Yui Aoki. Great fishing over the first 2 days here. Yui with 11.6 and 10.8, super consistent here. And he says, I've been spending my time out way deep, deeper than anybody, he thinks.
Maybe a little while. Come on, skipper.
Got our first look at Yui Aoki at Logan Martin, not far from where we are here at Lake Martin. Different lakes, even though I guess we're out of words in the state of Alabama to name lakes, but Lake Martin, different than Logan Martin. He got a top 10 there. He may just have to move to Alabama and fish for spotted bass the rest of his life, because he has done very good with that this year.
Can we hear how deep he's been catching them? Ronnie, do we know?
I didn't hear an exact depth, but I heard, a lot of our guys that have been out deeper have been 20 feet or less. And so hearing and seeing where he is on the lake, he's in a little bit different area than a lot of the other guys we've seen. So
He said 30 feet,
yes,
yeah.
30
Okay.
or more.
Minimum
Good.
30 feet, yeah.
Yeah, I think we saw Dakota Ebear catch some at around that 38-foot depth range yesterday on a blade bait. So that's the beauty of the fall. They can be 50-foot deep, or they can be 5 inches deep.
And that may change when that lake starts to turn over. And
Absolutely.
We'll have you later on probably explain the turnover that's coming a lot of these lakes' ways, that they won't be able to live out there because of that lack of oxygen soon.
Cool nights, but still warm days, warm water here on Lake Martin. Fairly typical for this part of the country. Back to Aoki.
Yeah, little. Number 2. Don't find it.
A lot of different ways to get the job done here on Lake Martin. That's one reason we have enjoyed so much this final tournament of the year for the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, presented by 7. Beautiful place. And you're going to see a lot of great views of it, a different side of it, almost as many different approaches as we have 10 anglers out here today. At least the order of how they go from deep to shallow, the techniques they use. Will Davis Jr., though, who's already qualified for the Classic before this event. Josh Butler started today in 2nd place. He's not worried about that either. He's already won this year on the Opens. We'll spend more time with him when we come back. 2024 St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7, sponsored by Toyota. By Nitro Boats. By Dakota Lithium. And by Humminbird. Great to have you here with us on this Saturday morning early. These anglers took off at 7:30, 6:30 local time, so they've been out there and set up for a little while, trying to get as much ground gained as they possibly can, so to speak, early on this day, because boy, it's not easy catching them here, but boy, these fellas have shown that they've got the ability to do great things, and they're tough conditions. Josh Butler, one of them.
Get it. That's big. This is the scary part. Finally, I don't know if that was the same fish or multiple fish there or what. Little dude. It's cute. About a pound. One pound.
We had a couple beautiful ones yesterday. Have our biggest bag of the week, 14 pounds, 5 ounces.
That is definitely a good bag. Biggest one we've seen all week, like you said. And, you know, it seems like the field's been stacked around that 9 or 10 pound mark. And
to get 14.
Yeah, to get 14, you know, you got to get them couple right bites. And
he held up spotted bass at the wing.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a one giant largemouth.
Right.
You know, look, guy. They biting.
Right there at the end of the day yesterday, we saw a couple really good, you know, 3 pound spotted bass get caught.
They all look like they're 3 pounders. Was not coming off.
Very key 3 pounder for our Tackle Warehouse EQ champion, Easton Fothergill. He didn't catch that. He finishes in the 40s and does not win that title. He called twice after we left the air yesterday.
Trying to get my hands to work.
I can guarantee you guys, Will Davis Jr. and Josh Butler, this isn't the first time they've had a run-in together at the top of a leaderboard in the state of Alabama. With them both being Coosa River guys, there's no doubt in my mind they've had the run-ins of, I got to beat that guy.
Absolutely.
And then he's thinking, I got to hold off that guy.
Let's get out to Kyle Palmer, Winchester, Tennessee. Home at Tim's Ford Lake. We were there with Bassmaster Live a couple of weeks ago.
Former high school All-American from Grundy County. Fished for Bethel University as well.
We got some squeakers this morning.
Yeah. Hey, you got to start somewhere.
They're about the same size. So. Got some squeakers this morning.
I really like what he's doing. He just said, the heck with the top waters, I'm just going to start out flipping, you know?
11-7 on day one for Kyle at 10-6 yesterday.
Looks like a place we'd see Bill Lowen.
Well, if I could just start out with a flipping stick every day and just do that for the rest of my career, I'd be good with that.
Tommy mentioned his day 1, day 2 weights. He is one of 10 anglers to catch 10 pounds, double digits, both days.
Both days, yeah.
There are people
Not
who
easy.
have averaged 10 pounds, but to actually catch 10 pounds both days, yes.
3/4 of a pound, I guess, 12 ounces a piece, whatever.
Kyle Palmer on the board.
He also had a great year in the points race as well, and had trying to see where
A couple
he
of top
finished at.
20s, made about 4 cuts. That's a good year.
Yeah. 30th place, top 30 in the points. When you're getting top 30 out of a 200-boat field, Bill Lowen, made of former professional fishermen trying to get over to the Elite Series, rising college anglers, it's nothing to shake a stick at.
No, my hat's off to all these guys this year. You know, like we talked earlier, I fished the Opens. This is my first time this year fishing the Opens in about 18 years, and I got to see what's coming. And you know, it's not easy. You know, I mean, it is. I mean, the skill of the anglers that are coming now are by far better than you know, 18 years ago when I was fishing the Opens, for sure. Everybody in the field has the ability to be a winner. That's for sure.
Number 3. One pounder.
There are a lot of legendary names in the sport from the 70s and 80s when the sport was started in the 70s, and obviously going the first decade or 2 decades of the sport. But man, the explosion we've seen on numbers of anglers and now their ability, how fast they're, the sport's in a good spot of skilled anglers going forward, no doubt.
It's a good fish for Will.
Oh, it's bigger than that.
You mentioned that, Bill. He didn't really get a good topwater bite early yesterday. He kind of went a little while and missed that big bite window that he had on day 1.
Yeah, he kind of did his damage yesterday afternoon fishing docks, and was void of that big bite that he got the first day, for sure.
Yeah.
But as long as you're catching that better than average fish, doesn't matter if you catch him in the morning or out at the end of the day.
Now, Will Davis, obviously a great, great angler. He's one of 2 anglers, including second place Josh Butler. Not worried about making the Classic. He's already in the Classic. He's done so much. Let's go for our Dock Talk.
When you're
Tackle
fishing
Warehouse.
a big tournament on your home pond or a lake that you're really familiar with, it's so easy to get caught up in the moment and start fishing history. But this time of year when the bait's moving and the fish are pulling in different areas because the water's dropping, you got to really get on a pattern. You got to fish new stuff every day. So we pulled up to a dock, I guess around 2 o'clock, and I seen this fish sitting up under it on the forward-facing sonar, and threw the jig to it. She went down, and she just barely nipped it. And I set the hook and missed it, and I said, that's a big one. So I threw right back in there. She hit it about 4 foot up under the water, and she actually came up after it. And that bite kind of clued me into what I need to do tomorrow when the sun gets high, and you just have to watch and see.
Yes, sir. Choked it. Give me some of that, baby. I'm talking about choked it. That's what they supposed to look like.
Your Tackle Warehouse Dock Talk with Will Davis, tournament leader. He remains our tournament leader as we get closer and closer to starting. Actually, the 2nd hour of fishing already. Time goes by on the final day. Will Davis Jr., Yui Aoki has unseated Josh Butler in that 2nd spot there. Kyle Palmer, we just saw him in action. Bobby Bakewell, we checked in on him as well. Still yet to see Byron Kinney, Cody Myers, Dakota Ebert, Brady Vernon. A lot of good stuff, a lot of good fishing coming up. Tomorrow, it's an NFL doubleheader on Fox as Kyler Murray leads the Cardinals against the Packers. Or other regional action then. In America's Game of the Week, Jared Goff and the Lions take on Dak and the Cowboys. Check for the games in your area only on Fox, the Fox Sports app.
Tommy, I'm very proud of my Cardinals. We're hanging in there. If we win on Sunday, we are tied for the NFC West lead. I'm just saying, it's early, but
very proud of you.
Hey, I'm not in the basement anymore.
Let's get out to Josh Butler here, the winner of the Alabama event. Previously, the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, that would be the one at Logan Martin.
But right now we're just fishing whatever kind of looks good. We're going to lock this plopper in our hand probably till 9:30, and hopefully we capitalize and get one of those quality bites that you got to have. Like I said, we got 3 so far. They're all about a pound a piece, so all those have got to go. But I'm encouraged by what I see. I mean, they seem like they're biting it a little bit better. Make a few more casts here, and then we're going to run across the cove and try it over there. I got a lot more bites over there yesterday. Missed quite a few. But we're just flying by the seat of our pants right now. Any seawall that looks like it might be good has depth with a mix of rock on it with docks. I mean, that seems to be the key, but they all have to have a little bit of depth. The real shallow ones, not really doing that well on those. This pocket's actually got a little bit of depth to it. That's why I came in here, but it seems to be more of a main lake deal, and then definitely depth. But like where we're at so far, we just gotta run across the right one and capitalize, put it in the boat. And I think we're gonna do it. We just gotta go find it. We're about to go now and run across the pocket and see what happens.
Josh Butler lives on Logan Martin, where he notched his victory in the Opens earlier this year.
Well, his bid to get into the Elite Series hit a big snag up north, 139th at St. Clair, 124th at Leech Lake. He was in our top 10, trying to vie for the leads.
Here's Dakota Ebear. We heard from him before we started. So he can, no worries today. He's already qualified for the Elite Series next year.
Oh, he's real skinny.
We don't need to watch another bass fly out of the boat, do we?
No.
I think we had 2 anglers yesterday.
Yeah.
Reminded me of the Jim Bitter days when he lost that 12-incher.
And that had a lot more implications than this one did.
Absolutely.
I don't know at the end of the day when it's all said and done if Paul Marks would have still benefited from the one he lost. It looked like a 2-pounder. He started the day with 22.0. He was 2.9 behind Will Davis. If he's half a pound closer, I feel much better about 2 pounds behind than 2.5 on this lake. You know, like I can do that.
I can't see nothing.
Cody Meyer had a great tournament here, great season as well.
He pushed Easton Fothergill about as hard as anyone this year for the AOY.
Oh my gosh, well, good morning everybody. Hey, I don't have a care in the world right now. You know, it was my goal to start the year to make the Bassmaster Elite Series. You know, so hard to do, and we did it. So we finished up, made the Bassmaster Elites, made the top 10 here on Martin. I mean, whatever happens today is a bonus. You know, we're gonna fish to try to win. We gotta get a couple of those right bites, a couple of really big ones, and we got a chance. I feel like anybody can can win that's in the top 10. You just need a little bit of luck at this point, but we're going to throw the top water for a while, you know, fish hard, fish new areas. I don't really feel like I have anything left to go fish, right, where I can catch a, you know, a quality bass. So we're fishing new water. Don't know how it's going to work, but regardless, I'm super excited today. We made the Elite Series. We're going there in 2025. Fired up about that. And hopefully we can go find some big ones today just to top it all off.
Cody Meyer, incredible season, only missed one cut and missed it by just a few spots. I mean, just unbelievable. Put the most pressure, as you said, on Easton Fothergill. Just fell a tiny bit short. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders. So happy to be here yet again with Such and Ronnie. And, of course, the great Bill Lowen. 18 years, I just mentioned, with the Bassmaster Elite Series, still going strong. And I keep repeating this. You're a guy who loves these tough tournaments, these grinder tournaments. That has something to do with your background.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, growing up on the Ohio River, this is kind of exactly what we experienced there, except for the water's not this clear. It's always muddy there. But nevertheless, regardless of where we're at, whether you're on a lake that has 20 pounds swimming everywhere or 8 pounds swimming everywhere, you still got to catch them. Somebody's going to win. You know, the last event of the year is always a exciting event. It's always a sad event. You know, guys that have are going to fulfill a lifelong dream. You know, guys that are driving home right now that their hopes and dreams are crushed. You know, you see guys fishing this morning that feel like they got a 1,000-pound weight lifted off of them, and they're fishing freely. You know, my hat's off to the guys that have qualified for the elites. It's going to be exciting to watch what goes on today. Yeah, and it's kind of cool to get a preview of what's coming to the elites. So I'm honored to be here, and it's been a great couple 3 days.
What do you think about what's coming? They're coming after you.
You know, I fished the Opens this year, 3 events in the Northern Division, so I kind of got a preview there of what's coming. You know, this new group of anglers that have been coming over the last couple 3 years has just been phenomenal. You know, they're blowing my mind. You know, it's like the learning curve that they're just learning so much faster and becoming such better anglers. And as we all know, it just keeps translating over on the elites, and they get better and better every year. So it makes you have to step your game up, and you know, you can't take any breaks, you can't let your foot off the gas, and you just got to keep learning every single day.
Yeah, Tommy, I think that, and Bill's one of the anglers over the past few years, the past decades, that have taught this next group exactly what they need to know. If flipping a tube is their weakness, watch a few Bill Lowen videos and you're clued in. But Tommy, today we saw Josh Butler catch 14.5 yesterday, the biggest bag of the tournament. Our leader, Will Davis, had 11 pounds and change. The same thing can happen today. 3.5 pounds from 1st to 10th. Someone catches 14.5. Our leaders catch 11, and boom, they've made that deficit up. One big bite could be the remedy, or 2 or 3 really good spotted bass could be the deal as well.
All right, and Such, we turn to you as well. Use your powers of analyzing past performances the last 2 days and make us a prediction on who's the favorite to win today.
The favorite to win today, I would go with the leader, Will Davis, of course, fishing near his hometown. But I want to talk about some 22-year-olds. Easton Fothergill under pressure yesterday to win the Tackle Warehouse EQ Angler of the Year. Came through with a fish after we left, a 3-pound cull. And Bo Browning came in behind the 8-ball, and he caught the fish early and all day to take actually move up ahead of Evan Kung to qualify for the Elite Series next year, follow his father's footsteps. Big deal. Big deal for that family.
A lot of big deals all week long here. This is day number 3. This is Championship Saturday here. Once again, we remind you, if you're just checking in with us, that we are here on Lake Martin, legendary Lake Martin on the Tallapoosa River in Alabama, 44,000.
Tommy, I know you feed off the drama. We only have a little bit of drama left in the season, and that's who's going to win today. Most of the drama has been finished up and tidied up.
I'm starving for drama, but I think we're going to have plenty to keep us occupied today. But
oh, my God. He crushed it. You kidding me? I would have thought that had been a 3-pounder. That's fun. I was about to reel it in. Smoked it. Still a little guy. Probably 1 1/4. Little guy.
We got to see that again. He did. He said, I was about to reel it in. He was. He sped that up so much more than he was fishing it the first half of his cast.
If he were to win, he would double qualify. So Jonathan Kelly,
it's going to give us first
man out of the elite points to get into the Bassmaster Classic. He's got another guy to root for.
Got two anglers, first and second, Will Davis, Josh Butler. And guess what,
Two
Such?
chances, yeah.
Today is Jonathan Kelly's birthday. What a present
Happy
that would
birthday.
be. You know what? Return all the stuff from the store. A classic berth would be a great gift. What a bite for Josh Butler.
All right.
Oh, goodness.
My God.
Another one right when he sped it up.
Same thing. Freaking sped it up and he crushed it. Right at the boat. Still a little guy. There ain't nothing to him. It's fun though. We'll
always
put
talk
him
about
in the
putting
box
that
just to make a
pattern
limit.
together and paying attention to the little pieces of the puzzle, and you know, just something so simple as speeding that bait up, you know, can trigger your bite. And if you don't pay attention and you miss that,
another 1-4.
You may miss out on some key bites that you can get.
First to a limit.
That was fun to watch. I wonder how long that window is going to be open where he can do that.
Something different in the cadence. Yesterday we saw Cody Meyer on seawalls, reeling it continuously back, paused it for a second, started again in a bit. So something a little different, Bill. Someone's going to figure it out.
Absolutely. They always do.
Well, we've got plenty, obviously, of excitement yet to come on this final day of the year for the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens on Lake Martin. Bassmaster Live back on the final day of the season for this long, long year for the St. Croix Bassmaster Open, starting all the way down Lake Okeechobee in Florida back in the first week of February, and here we are, middle of October, just about to wrap it up on this day. This is Championship Saturday. 10 anglers left in this one. We have decided a lot of important races, points-related races through the year, but well, this is important here. This one could mean a classic berth, although there's a guy who doesn't need that perk for this one here. He'd just like to win. Josh Butler's already in the Classic based on an earlier win this year on the Opens. First angler to a limit today. We started out with our field of 10 all within 3.5 pounds. Now he's 3.5 pounds ahead of everyone.
That's a better one. Let's go. We can weigh that one in. We can definitely weigh her in. Right on the steps. Let's go. That's fun.
Don't talk about the steps, Josh.
I mean, I hope we don't weigh that one, but we can. That's not a bad one. That one's going to be pushing 2.
That's the good and the bad about Bass Live.
191.
You know?
So it's number 2. We'll just go ahead and make a bigger side anyways. Where's your red at? Good call.
Josh Butler did not make the top 9 in the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster EQ, so he will not be headed to the Bassmaster Elite Series next year. It could be a relief to some folks in the Bassmaster Elite Series. We'll have to ask Bill about that, but
here's another one of those professional anglers that tried to make the move over, and you're so close this year.
Called 17 the first day, and then 20 the next.
another Alabaman, Brady Vernon from Starrett, Alabama.
Oh, Dinks. It's a big one back there somewhere, though.
A good tournament up at Leech Lake. Made the cut up there, northern Minnesota this year. Georgia anglers playing big in this tournament. Of course, we're not too far from the Georgia border. Just a little short drive to Columbus, Georgia from here. This is Byron Kinney Jr.
Not that big, dang it. Not a bad one, though. Not a bad one. Well, that was a good bite. Did you get the bite? Yeah, let's go. Not a big one, but that was fun. There's no way that's a 2-pounder. Yeah. I gotta clear the scale first. I wish it was a 2-pounder. 145.
Byron just fishing Division I this year. This is his best tournament.
Yes.
The 3.
Possible to make the Classic if he wins today. Tommy, I met Byron a decade ago.
Really?
2014, he fished for the University of Georgia, had back-to-back wins. He won at Guntersville, and then he goes to Pickwick, and with 25 a day, won there. And Byron's been someone I've admired and been surprised I haven't seen him jump out in the opens and give this a try. And he said, I just have fun fishing tournaments, and I'm glad that the fun is translated to a top 10. And so we'll see how he does today for sure.
All right.
First week on Martin.
Cody Meyer. Cody Meyer, great season, great tournament so far here.
Largemouth. Largemouth, look at that. Not a big one. But number 2. All right. I wish this thing was twice the size, but it got us one. Number 2. All right.
Just checking in with us today, the spotted bass.
Been catching spots all around here, and we catch a largemouth.
Spotted bass are the predominant species here. Largemouth offer a lot more in terms of size, though much fewer in numbers. Much more rare to catch a largemouth, so he's got to be happy about that. Although we did have a couple of 3-pound spots caught yesterday.
You start to see those guys build in these tight tournaments. You love getting that 4.5-pound kicker, but you can't depend on that. And so if you can get 3-pound spotted bass, seems like you could be more consistent. We saw spots show up for a lot of our guys where largemouth were dominant day 1 for the leaders.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and it doesn't matter if it's a 3-pound spot or a 3-pound largemouth, but definitely seems to be a bigger population of spots than there is largemouth for sure.
They call 1-pounder.
I still keep waiting to see somebody catch that 5 or 6-pound largemouth. Be cool to see it happen today.
We have to have a 5-pounder. I said on day 1 the big fish was gonna be 5 pounds. It was 4 or 9 on. We need a 5-pounder.
That's probably another
20-ish. Number 3. Couple ounce coal. Number 3 is green. Yep.
Josh Butler already with his limit of 5 fish now can increase that by catching one bigger than the smallest he has in his live well. That's what he's done right there. Gaining a couple of ounces, and Josh Butler on cruise control this morning. Absolutely having about as much fun as you can have on a big tournament day.
Hey, this seems very familiar. He's not in the Black River at Mississippi River, but he was the guy who came out firing plenty of bites to be had, and he almost won the Mississippi River. So trying to right his wrongs and win here.
Yeah, I tell you what, doing a good job of it. Josh Butler way out in front of Will Davis Jr., who started the day with the lead. Yui Aoki making a move up the leaderboard along with Bobby Bakewell. Cody Meyer, we just checked in with him. 10 anglers out there today. Only one will hold that trophy at the end of it all. Bassmaster Live, and it is Championship Saturday. Live coverage of the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7 Reels, the last stop of 9 events this year. On the opens, and Josh Butler. You know, we started with the whole field within 3.5 pounds of each other, and now it's stretched out to over 7 pounds because of that man on top. Josh Butler has jumped out to such a big margin early on this day. But it's early. Things like that happen early in the day. Sometimes those distances between the top and the bottom tend to collapse again during the course of the day. It's up and down all day long. Should be great fun to watch it play out before our eyes. Let's get out to Paul Marks. It's got an important part of his job for this week done, qualifying for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2025.
You can see a whole group of them right under the boat, but
45 foot deep.
Yeah, 45 foot deep, and wow, there's 10, 20 of them there.
Whoa.
Ronnie, I don't have that much line on my rod.
That is incredible.
Well, that is
how many fish rose up off the bottom.
That's a nice one.
And you always like when they follow it halfway and then go back to where they came from.
That's a good one, too.
It is. One of the deeper fish we've seen on Bass Live this week.
If that school of fish is all that size and he can keep them biting, he can make a huge move right here.
He won't be 10th anymore, Tommy.
No.
It wouldn't surprise me to see him catch one on his next drop.
2-pounder.
And what's interesting to note is when you're watching the feet of his screen, oftentimes we see the farthest image to the left is under the boat directly. But actually his is set where it's 10 to 20 feet behind the boat. So you're seeing
that, yeah.
So it's kind of got an overlap. So
you add that to the
distance,
yeah.
You see the
Boat
zero.
length.
Yeah, you can kind of see a fish swims up underneath his motor. He'll see that, but he also sees out in front a little bit.
2-pounder was the biggest fish this morning so far.
Phoenix Boat's big bass leader, right? With 2-pounder. That's
right.
Kind of gone this week. Early on, back to Yui Aoki.
I got it. Number 4. Better one. Oh.
1 pound 6 ounces. Number 4.
Better when they're also doing his work out deep is Aoki. Like the Marks, excuse me.
We're going to see another fish bounce out of the boat like we saw 2 yesterday.
Those little guys are mean. Will Davis hooked up.
The old spinnerbait. Great fall bait imitator.
Fat one.
I'd like to have $1 for every bass that was caught on a spinnerbait.
1.5.
He is all business.
You saw there he was actually speeding up his trolling motor speed quite a bit to get from one dock to the next to not waste time. And that fish bit as he was pulling away from that dock. So it's weird how you see that. We're now seeing that with Josh Butler as topwater's going along consistently, speeds it up, catches 2 fish. Will Davis speeding along a little bit more than he would normally in it. So something, I don't know what explains that, but.
Let's get from second place Will Davis over to Bobby Bakewell. Got one in the boat so far. We saw him catch one earlier today. No, he's got 2, excuse me.
Dang brim. See him just suck it under. Oh, we're done. Oh my
Nice.
God!
Ooh.
Oh my God! Please, Jesus. Come here, come here, come here. Please come here. Please come here. Yes! Hey, that's why I threw the buzz bait. Whoa! Look at that one, son. I was due for a big one. Let's go!
I love it.
Now we really woke everybody up with this bucket. Oh my gosh. I finally had a largemouth bite. Whew. Ran the dock, missed it like 5 times. Oh, freaking 4.5 pounder. About to have a heart attack. Four and a half.
Almost that 5 pounder we've been talking about, Ronnie.
Maybe the big bass in the tournament.
Yes, dude, right here. Come on, son. You know what? That might be a good idea. Ooh, never fished here before in my life. Really?
How can you not love that?
Thank you for your pet. Oh my gosh, dude, I can't. I'm over here Kyle Patrick-ing. I can't, I'm freaking shaking like a leaf.
Don't fall out of the boat.
Yeah. I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew. Yes! Oh my gosh! Whoo, son! I am for real shaking. Oh my gosh, man. Man, we get us some 2 pounders and boys better catch them. I'm shaking like a leaf. Oh,
God, we love it.
Gosh. Finally. Man, that's so crazy. I was literally laying in my bed last night at like 10:30.
got my boat all pretty for my cameraman and everything, you know, laying in my bed looking at maps, trying to compare what like kind of see what consistencies were on what I caught them on yesterday, and where I'm at right now kind of look the same. Holy crap, dude, I can't even fish. Like I'm so flustered. That is a monster. Like that's a 10-pounder in my, at my house. Whew. It just sucked it under, man. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna make it even worse. Oh man.
Beautiful.
The fog, the sunshine. It's like a crew set it up all for 4 hours getting ready for this catch today. That's unbelievable.
And everybody knew except Bobby. That was the,
right.
We let him just live it in real time.
Whoo, son. I'm freaking out. I'm shaking, my knees locking up. Just caught a 4.5-pounder. Rammed a dock in the process. Might have blown an ACL, I don't know what that feels like, but yeah, I'm really good. Really, really, really good. That was all right. Never fished here before in my life. Just pulled into this pocket. And I just caught a 4.5-pounder, which is a giant here. Now, just gotta take a deep breath, which is very hard to do right now, and put some fish with that fish. Put some heavy 2-pounders with that fish. The boys are gonna have to catch them. Now my phone's gonna start blowing up.
Just turned 26, Tommy, last month.
Man.
Finished just 2 spots from the elites this year.
My family at home in Florida, just got hit by that hurricane. I actually texted my dad the first morning of the tournament. Whoa. And was like, "You all right?" And he's like, "Yeah, we're good." And like 10 minutes later, comes walking down the dock. Like, "What the heck are you doing here?" Him and my grandma rode all the way up from Florida. And to do good this week is like, cherry on top, It's just been pretty crazy. Man, I sure wish I would have had the 2 that swiped at. I didn't catch, but it's okay. Got plenty of time. Man, my phone is exploding. Oh man, I got so many people at home that were blowing me up last night, just like.
That's top 10 catches of the year for the Bassmaster, for Bassmaster Live.
That's the
no
joy you want to see, the joy you want to see, and you know that the importance of it. He talked about it. It's a 10-pounder back home in Florida, 4.5-pounder at Lake Martin.
Oh my God.
Only started 2 pounds and change off the pace, Bill. He is in the game to win this tournament now.
Absolutely, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's the second 4-pound fish that's been caught this week.
That we've seen.
Will Davis had a 4.9 on day one as our big fish of the event.
Okay.
You're going to get 13 to 15 pounds. You've got to have at least one of those.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's definitely like
7-4 on 3 fish.
Catching a 10-pounder in Florida.
Yeah, that's right. If you're just checking in on this tournament for the first time, Lake Martin, the standard, the baseline is that a 4.5-pounder, it is like a 10-pounder at Clear Lake or Fork or someplace like that. Exactly. Good analogy right there by Bobby Bakewell. That's how important that fish is.
3 fish in 1.
The average fish this week has been around 1 3/4, just under 2 pounds. That's why 2-pounders are good, Tommy. If 2-pounders are good, 4-pounders are more than good. They're great.
Absolutely.
Josh Butler, who had the giant lead, now sees it trimmed to about 9 ounces as it stands right now. What a perfect moment there for the young man from Orlando, Florida. Now he's got the family up here with him. Everything's going perfect today for Bobby Bakewell. One more look at this incredible catch by Bobby Bakewell just moments ago on Lake Martin at the St. Croix Bassmaster Open, presented by 7. Final day action, final day of the season. And boy, that would put the capper on anybody's season. Just an incredible catch. A 4.5-pounder, very, very rare. That is an outlier on this lake. That is just incredible.
Everybody up in this box. Oh my God. Like 5 times. Oh.
Such said that's 2 fish. That's like 2.5 fish. That's half a limit. We've seen 9-pound bags. You know, you catch a 9-pound bag, Tommy, that's part of the way that you make it to the top 10. We've seen some guys with 9 pounds fishing today, and Bobby, one swing of the bat, he's got half a limit right there.
And you heard him say it multiple times after he caught that. I catch a couple of more 2-pounders. I'm contending for the prize here. I'm contending for the tournament.
I know. Yeah, I was just telling him, literally 4 days, or 4.5 days of daylight to dark, going hard. I caught 3 2-pounders my whole practice. Whole practice. And then I caught 2 the first day and 5 yesterday. But oh man, that was so sick. I wouldn't mind another one. I ain't gonna be greedy. The good Lord give me what he's gonna give me, but I wouldn't mind another one. I'd take it.
We wouldn't mind one either.
Oh man.
I don't think there's a better sound than a
I
squeaking
don't know
buzzbait.
if y'all heard, but one of the spectator boat that's with us is, I actually caught it off one of the guys in the boat's dock. Oh. I caught it. He's like, that's my dock. I'm like, really? Thanks for your pet. Dude, it was 10 minutes ago and I'm still shaking. Like, come on now. I don't like fishing. It ain't worth a dang. Oh man. I told my boys, Emil and Loberg and a bunch of other people, Rhinestone Hammer, that I'd say something on live. So there you go, you just got it. You ain't getting nothing the rest of the day. Got a little bit of frayage, so I'm gonna be precautious. Man, he's already telling all his buddies how I caught him. What the heck? Gotta keep a little secret. Come on now, keep it on the DL. Oh man. So crazy. Literally everywhere that I've caught a bass this week, except for like 3. I have never made a cast before. Like, just went on a whim.
6 years ago, guys, Bobby fished his first Bassmaster event, and he was a co-angler on his home body of water, Kissimmee Chain. He got second place as a co-angler 6 years ago, and now he's 2 spots from the elites, and he's now 2 fish from the Classic.
Yeah. On Bassmaster.com, if you look under Bobby's name, there's a story about him. It's called Bobby Bakewell's souvenir or something like that. And it's a picture of him 20 years ago, 7 years old, holding a giant bass. Looks like, for the little kid, it looks like a 10-pounder of him, and it's autographed by all the big stars of fishing from that time. And there's a picture of him on.
That's awesome.
It's incredible. It's worth checking out on Bassmaster.com.
Yeah, Bakewell's Bass Heirloom.
Heirloom, his Bass Heirloom, that's what it's called.
And Bill, you can attest to this. There are some anglers who become professionals and make a long career in fishing that have no one in their family that fishes, but more times than not, someone has taken a kid fishing long ago and instilled that desire to compete and do this sport for a living, and now we see them, and everyone has a story to share about that, and you've been huge in a lot of people's lives, and Bassmaster membership giveaways and all kinds of things, but you've definitely had those people who have spoken this sport into your heart.
Absolutely. I think every one of us as anglers have had that person in our life that has kind of showed us the way, you know what I mean? Whether that be your father or an uncle or just, you know, some random person that you meet. And I've had a lot of those people in my life. My dad was a tournament fisherman as I grew up, but I had other people, you know, really good friends. You know, I got a really good friend named Brian Wolfley that kind of took me under his wing and showed me the ropes of the Ohio River back when I was, you know, 14, 15 years old. And, you know, I'll be thankful for everybody in my life that has done that. And, you know, that just kind of translates over to why I do the Bassmaster membership giveaway for the kids, is because somebody took time out of their schedule to teach me, and had they not done that, Ronnie, I'm about positive I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you today or being on Bass Live and, you know, being able to make a career in this industry doing something that I love, you know, and I'll always be grateful for that. And that's kind of why I started what I do with the kids. And, you know, of everything that happens throughout the year, that's kind of one of the favorite things that I like about being on the Elite Series, being able to give that opportunity to somebody that may not have it.
Absolutely. I'm just glad long ago my dad needed a team partner, and he would take me along to sleep. I don't know how much I contributed, but all those days of going to the lake early in the morning, no doubt, it'll either wear you out or it'll lift you up. And for a lot of these anglers, we're seeing it. It was a core staple to their childhood.
Well, I can guarantee you don't know it now at this age, at an early age, but when you get older and start to look back and reflect on your childhood, you can't put a price on that. And like I said, I'll always be grateful for everybody that had an influence on me in the outdoor world.
Let's get from 1 and 2, Josh Butler and Bobby Bakewell. Over to Paul Marks. Paul's got a good one in the boat. 2 total.
It's been kind of slow. Caught a few on my first spot, but they were real small. I kept one of them. The other ones, one of them I like kind of hooked in the gut weirdly, so I threw him back, and the other one was really tiny, so I didn't keep it. And then I just caught a pretty nice one, real deep, so I'm gonna give this a try for a little bit and then just mix it up all day and see what happens. Go fish some random docks and hopefully run into a couple big ones or something. Right now out here, just looking around areas where I've seen them deep. They just swim around. It's kind of hard to find them. They rarely are still in the same place as where you found them.
Those random docks have paid off for him this week. We've seen him catch a 3-pounder each of the first 2 days on a dock.
Crappie.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say every day he's made that adjustment and been able to catch a good quality fish, and I would expect to see him do the same today.
Competition carries on, still early in the day. Championship Saturday, the St. Croix Bassmaster Open, presented by 7 here on Lake Martin in Alabama. Now later this month, we got something for you to catch. It's going to be the Apalachicola Bay Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship. I think this will be the 4th edition of this great redfish duel out there, and this time around it's coming to us from northern Florida. We got the representatives of all the major redfish tours, plus some Bassmaster Elite Series anglers. Will be something to see October 25th through 27th.
They don't get any more.
Tomorrow, it's an NFL doubleheader on Fox. As Kyler Murray leads the Cardinals against the Packers, or other regional action. Then, in America's Game of the Week, Jared Goff and the Lions take on Dak and the Cowboys. Check for the games in your area only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. That is a strong lineup for Sunday. Good games on the way. Got a good game going on right here, and it's for all the marbles in our final tournament. This is Championship Saturday. Last stop of the year for the St. Croix Bassmaster Open. We're on Lake Martin. Our venue shifted because of course, weather concerns over the past couple of 3 weeks. We have had a great time here on Martin. Will Davis, maybe the most experienced Lake Martin angler, started the day with the lead. He's in 3rd place right now, though. Davis had a great couple of catches. Talking about memorable catches yesterday, it was Will Davis doing some dock fishing.
That fish right there might have keyed me into what I need to be doing tomorrow. Are you ain't live, are you? They own them floating docks, dude. That's what they own. Like right there.
So those are two.
See ya. See ya.
That's
See ya.
permanent dock.
See ya.
Yep.
Lord, mouth. He ain't gonna help. Pretty though, ain't he? It's crazy. You get some action with that?
Will's not a guy to get giddy, but that one kind of tickled him a little bit. I can understand why. Good catch there by Will, and you could tell how well he was doing yesterday. That one didn't even help him, so. He has been the lead dog, as they say out here, thus far in the tournament, up until just a little bit ago. Had a great last couple of years. Make it 3 years in the sport of fishing. Back-to-back Bass Nation national championships.
Something's never been done.
Never been done. Made his way to the Bassmaster Elite Series, won as a rookie on the Elite Series here in the state of Alabama.
Did that beating two of the best closers in our sport.
Yeah.
As well.
Paul and Christie beat them on the waning moments of that tournament. Let's get back out to another, well, not from Alabama, but just across the border in Georgia. Byron Kenny.
Sun's heating up, ain't it? A little largemouth.
Be a cookie cutter day from yesterday. Started low 60s, get up near 80. Wind would be about 5 miles an hour. It's like negligible right now.
No, not much at all.
107. $107. So I'd just say a pound. It's probably a little heavy. Or you say whatever, I guess that'd be a pound and an ounce.
Back out to Yui Aoki.
Got it. Oh, okay. Little one. No problem.
Didn't look like a bad one.
No, he said little one, but.
We always say that when they come on.
Yeah, that's
Yeah. Sometimes that's not even a bass. That was
Right.
something else.
That's a
That was
striper.
a striper.
Why beat yourself up needlessly?
know, Ronnie, we've seen these guys trigger that reaction bite by speeding that bait up or whatever, and he was literally just getting ready to start reeling in. And when he did,
it's so weird.
That fish caught it.
Across the lake, different areas, different techniques, different depths. It's just a mood that the fish are in.
You know, I think that's something we don't think about a lot, is triggering that reaction bite in those fish. And it's always been amazing to me how every single day there's something that will trigger that bite. You know, whether it be speeding it up, slowing it down, a faster rate of fall, whatever that may be. But it seems like every single day, wherever you are in the country, there's always that little deal that will trigger that bite. And when you can figure that out, man, it's amazing. And the days you don't figure that out, make for a long day.
And you would say, Tommy, maybe we're a few days after the front, so the fishing is going to be getting better, but bluebird skies, minimal wind in the fall, stale conditions, they're not going to be aggressive. Yet these fish are being more aggressive the more aggressive you move the bait. It's very interesting.
Yeah, very. Fall fishing is always a conundrum, always hard to figure out.
I've always felt like that third day after a front seems to be the time when things start to stable out and they kind of get back into their routine. And obviously we're on that third day after the front, and we're starting to see a little bit of that.
Huey's got into a mess of them and kept them fired up.
Got his limit. Just going through some numbers, that's certainly one of the approaches certain anglers using here this week on Lake Martin.
I'm pretty sure we're going to see another fish go out of the boat today.
Many fish. Logan Martin Lake. $1.3 little one. Thank you.
Yui from Minamitsuru, Japan. Best finish was right here this year at the state of Alabama at Logan Martin, 8th place. Back out to Georgia's Paul Marks.
Not sure how deep he is, but
wow, if that's reading correctly, then yeah.
Them fish are at 50 foot, 45 foot.
Come on, see it.
He's dropping it, yeah.
I gotta close my eyes. I can't watch this.
Oh man, there's got to be 20 of them.
Well, there's a load of them down there.
Underneath a huge ball of bait, that big thing you saw at the top of the screen was bait. And that's been one qualm that a lot of people have said about Lake Martin is these fish are they're just not seeing a lot of bait. So I guess when you're, I mean, you're going to see the biggest group of fish around that bait.
Down there.
They've also got the famed blueback herring in here. Kyle Welcher told us yesterday, though, they're not distributed everywhere in the lake. It's not just covered up with.
There's a couple lakes like that where they've been introduced maybe a decade ago, like Lake Martin. They just have not, they're not fueling the whole lake, just portions of it.
Josh Butler hanging on to his lead there. Bobby Bakewell with a big moment about 20-30 minutes ago to pull very, very close to him. A leader to start the day, Will Davis Jr., still hanging in there in third. More to come from Lake Martin. 2024 St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7, is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Into our third hour of fishing for these 10 anglers who remain with a full field of 120 fished on days 1 and 2. A couple of anglers right here with the great credentials when they signed up for this EQ series this year, Dakota E-Bear. is one of them. Haven't seen Cody too active so far this morning. Maybe a little bit slower morning for him.
Damn, that's a good one. He's barely hooked. Oh, it was better than that. I knew he was barely hooked though. I thought it was bigger than that. Pound and a half.
This one, a quick addition of this fish, moved him all the way up into 5th place. Things can happen very, very quickly out here. Of course, early on in the day, you get that kind of movement.
We saw Dakota on day 1, nothing but topwater. Yesterday, we saw him mix in that game hog, I believe, that creature bait he's been flipping, and so we're seeing him start to do that. And maybe he got a sign yesterday. I need to keep that in my hand if I want to make a move from 7th to win and go to the Classic.
Another bite.
Dakota hooked up again.
Yes, sir. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. Come off that lay down right there. Dang. That's why I've been throwing the topwater all morning. That's a good one, man. We've had a couple opportunities to have a big bag probably already this morning. It's just not fast and furious, but that's one of the right ones.
Started today 3 pounds, 1 ounce out of the lead. He's got some work to do. His 3rd fish.
2-pounder. Thought he was bigger than that. They just don't weigh a lot. But still, I mean, 2-pounder. So catch 4 of those and then catch a 4-pounder somewhere through the course of the day. Guess what, boys? We're going to the Classic.
Dakota Ebear and a couple others they've been playing 2 jobs this year, guys. They've been trying to make the Elite Series, they've been trying to make the Classic, and he has done one of those jobs, Dakota Ebear, a Classic or an Elite Series qualifier, trying to accomplish goal number 2. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge talking about those 9 anglers. We have 200 anglers throughout the Opens all season long, twice the field size of the Bassmaster Elite Series. So much competition, diversity of where these anglers are located in the country, the backgrounds they come from, and the skill sets they have. A 9-event season this year from February to mid-October where we are now. 8 different states represented, and these are the 9 who are now going to advance, and their job's not done. Bill Lowen knows that. Their job just got a little harder. They are now on the Elite Series. Easton Fothergill, your Angler of the Year champion, won 2 events this season to hold off the rest of the field. He is double qualified for the Classic. Meanwhile, every single one else, the other 8 qualifiers for the Elite Series this year, they have not won an Open. They are going, they're hoping to make the Classic in some other way. Paul Marks, Cody Meyer, and Dakota Ebear are all fishing today, hoping to keep that dream alive to accomplish the Elites and the Classic. But congratulations to them all. Evan Kung from Canada sneaking in the last spot. Bo Browning, he was the man on the outside looking in after day 1, had a great day 2, knew he was going to be a factor yesterday. He was confident from the get-go, and he showed it. Very diverse and was able to get it done. Andrew Loberg from the West Coast, originally from California, same as Cody Meyer. West Coast love making the Elite Series. You got 2 guys from the Atlanta, Georgia region with Paul Marks and Emil Wagner. Tucker Smith, Birmingham. He's a multi-time high school champion, a college champion as well. Really 3 or 4 opportunities to make the Classic in the past few years, and he's came up 2nd place, just missing it. His time will come. We mentioned Dakota Ebear as well, but Easton Fothergill winning our points race. Absolutely phenomenal season overall. And these guys, one of the most balanced, well-versatile. The age is a little bit older than last year's rookie class, but these guys are well equipped to make the Elite Series for 2025. So we're excited that has came down to a conclusion. They will be honored at today's weigh-in. They will get their awards and they will get recognized on stage by Hank Weldon today. So congratulations to those guys. And they still, 3 of them, have a task at hand to try to make the Classic by winning today. Those tight weights obviously are keeping everyone in the game. But wanted to also say this is the first time my 2-week-old daughter, Amelia, gets to watch Bassmaster live on FS1. Good morning, girls. Marlo and Sarah, it's good to see y'all this morning.
All right, well, hats off to all 9 of those guys. Been a long grind during the season. We caught up with them for some remarks yesterday.
Everything has just gone right this year. You know, I've not had any huge mistakes. When I needed a fish, somehow magically it just came and I caught fish. I mean, it just feels like I've made the right decisions all year. It's been an excellent year. Have no complaints. Wouldn't change it for anything, and just had fun. More importantly, you know, I kind of had to reprove myself this year, so to speak. You know, I fished other leagues and came over to the Opens with the hopes and dreams of making the Bassmaster Elite Series. It's something I've always wanted to do since I was a kid. I was just, you know, maybe scared to do it along the way. And so we stepped in this year, reproved myself, and looks like we're going to make it.
You know, everyone talks about you get in those grooves, you know, you ride the momentum, and that's exactly what I've done all year. I've only had one day all year that I can say stuff went wrong. Other than that, everything went, you know, my way all year long, and you know that's all you can ask for, really, and that's what it takes to qualify for the Elite Series, which I have accomplished. So it's a dream come true, and I can't believe I've had this year that I've had.
Yeah, it was awesome. Bassmaster puts on an amazing platform for you to jump from high school to college to the Opens and then to the Elite Series, and you know, I've fished so many Bassmaster tournaments over the years, and it's always been a blast. I had a great time at going to Auburn and fished with Logan Parks. He's an Elite Series angler right now. So to be able to join him in the Elites is really something special. In the Elites, man, I'm just going to be excited to be there and just look around, honestly. I'd look around at the best fishermen in the whole world, just all around you. Idling out in the mornings is going to be crazy. It's going to be a dream come true, man. I've really been wanting this for a long time, and to be able to make it happen is so special.
Absolutely a great bunch. They've all got different stories. They're not like cookie cutter guys. They've all got their own stories. They're from different parts of the country. We welcome them. That's what's coming for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2025.
You think about those who just fell short. We saw Matt Adams the last few days. You see Bobby Bakewell 2 spots out. He still has something to fight for today for the Classic. Josh Butler, same thing, 15th in points. And boy, from top to bottom, the Opens are getting harder and harder every year.
Ooh, right at the boat. We have seen a lot of fish this morning hit right at the boat.
Same thing happened at Tim's Ford for the college bracket, Tommy.
Oh, yeah.
Earlier on the FS1.
Some of the best fish.
A few weeks ago, they were right at the trolling motor on top water.
See me.
About scared me. Ain't had a bite in so long.
I never liked that bite that's right at your feet.
You get to yank, reel once, and swing it in the boat.
So many times
You
that
got to
fish
remind me
comes
about
off
that.
because we call it being short lined, and that fish comes off a lot of times.
$115.
Lost a 2-pounder.
Yeah.
2-pounders are, I'd say, silver this week. 4.5s are gold. So
Well,
we'll
yeah.
keep that.
I'd say 3s are gold, 4.5s are like platinum or something.
I'm thinking 2-pounders are gold.
Yeah. Well, that one's like a cup of coffee. There for Kyle to kind of get him a little startled right there at the boat, but good stuff. Kyle Palmer in it. Josh Butler, the man on top right now, but just slightly ahead of Bobby Bakewell. We got some good, tight competition going on among our 10 anglers left on this final day at Lake Martin. We're back on legendary Lake Martin here, the St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7 at Lake Martin. This is Championship Saturday, the end of a road 9 events spread over 9 months for these anglers, the ones who committed to the full EQ measure of competition here. And yeah, mixed feelings always at the end of the season, but that's our 10, and that's how they are distributed across Lake Martin here. Mid-morning, in our 8 hours of fishing, last 8 hours of the season. So lucky guys, they get 1 extra day of fishing. And right now we want to welcome in someone else who has a great connection to Lake Martin and a connection to us, all of us here in the studios. One of the most beloved tournament officials ever in the Bassmaster. The great Trip Weldon, 2 decades as the tournament director for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And Trip, not everyone knows this, but all the anglers knew this. You're a guy who can really fish, can really catch them, and a great competitor. And a lot of your competitive triumphs were played out right here on Lake Martin. How much fun is it to watch what's going on today?
Oh, Tommy, it's great. First of all, it's great to be with y'all, but I love it. I love Lake Martin. I grew up fishing it all my life. My folks used to live up near Kalijah Bridge, not on the water, but I live on Lake Jordan now, but I still fish Lake Martin every chance I get.
Well, you've got so many tournament wins out here, including, I think, a second place in a Bassmaster Open right here on Lake Martin. That was back in, what, 99? Is that right?
Ooh, it was long. I think it was, might have been 89.
89.
Yeah, 89. Or it might have been, I don't know. When you get our age, the days get away from you. But,
tell me about it.
Yeah, Pete Glusick beat me for that tournament, so I kid him every time I'm around him. But it was a fun time. Lake Martin is, it's a great tournament lake. It's not showing all its metal this week, and it's kind of probably in a little bit of a down cycle. But, the numbers are there. It's just the size. But, I've been watching you guys all week, and there are plenty of fish catches. It's a fun lake to fish.
We've absolutely had a terrific time here. Is this the toughest that you've ever seen Lake Martin? Will Davis said this may be the toughest he's ever encountered it.
I want to say the last 3 or 4 falls has been like this, and when a day like today when it's slick calm and the bait scattered out, and it gets very tough. I mean, most of our local tournaments with some real hammers, anywhere from 11 to 13 pounds, 1-day tournament wins the event, and so it's typical fall fishing, but the good thing about it, and the one thing I love, like just watching this tournament, you see guys doing everything. With the scoping deal now, there's people out there scoping, although they're not catching much size. And then you see guys running the bank, which is what I would be doing because I'm old school and just love fishing that way. It's a great topwater lake. There's nothing more fun than catching bass on topwater. I just absolutely love it.
Well, Trip, we're super happy to have you join us as a guest here on Bass Live. And we were talking, you just mentioned topwater. We've been debating on how important a 4.5 pounder is. Equate that to the size of a kicker on another lake, maybe a Lake Gunnersville that's up the road from Lake Martin. A 4.5 pounder for Bobby Bakewell, that is absolutely massive for the final day of a tournament.
Yeah, well, it's such an overused term, game changer, but that is indeed a game changer. If you were on Gunnersville, Ronnie, to answer your question, it'd have to be on up there 9 or 10 pounds, with the average size fish you're catching on Gunnersville, especially now. Gunnersville's red hot. But, yeah, it is massive. A 4.8 would win most big bass honors in our 1-day events going on right now. Occasionally you'll see a 6-pounder, but they're few and far between. And, this lake, Tommy, you and I text back and forth about the bluebacks and stuff. Bluebacks got in there, I'm going to say 12 years ago, 10 or 12, maybe 15 years ago. About 5 years ago, Lake Martin was on fire. It was taking 5 fish sacks of spots anywhere from 18 to 20 pounds.
Wow.
And then for whatever reason, I don't know what happened, you would go in coves and you'd just see massive schools of bluebacks, but you don't see that anymore. I don't know if it's just the habitat and the whatever's not conducive. They're still there, but they're not. I don't think the numbers of bluebacks are there like they were. And you know, again, I'm 69 years old. I've been fishing marten all my life, and the bluebacks definitely changed the fishing on the lake.
Where do they go in the autumn? On any of these blueback lakes, Trip?
Well, when we used to see them, we'd see them, they'd be schooled up and they kind of stick their snouts out of the water, and they'd just be, you know, at the mouths of pockets and stuff like that. And doesn't mean bass are always around them, but down there, you know, in the big bays on the Clydean and all, they'd be out there on those humps, and, you know, all of a sudden the lake would just come alive. My son Ben and I fished a July tournament down there, and Lake Martin's a huge recreation lake. And we were catching them on top water on spooks. You'd have to wait for a pontoon boat to run by, and then you throw out there in this wake. Big old 3 or 4 pound spot. And it was phenomenal there for a little while.
Trip, you've watched this tournament the last couple of days, and having Bassmaster live all 3 days tells the full story. Is there anything that hasn't happened that you expected to see? Maybe a little bit more success above Wind Creek up in the river. That's how it was won in 2018 in February for the elites. Is there anything that we haven't seen unlocked that you kind of expected?
That's exactly it, Ronnie. I was surprised that someone didn't get that upriver deal going. You know, it's you really have to know it. I can tell you one guy that all you guys know, Shay Baker, knows it as well as anybody. And Shay catches some big fish up there. You gotta, it's all a timing thing and knowing where to go. But I am a little surprised that that didn't play. Because this time of year, really on any river or lake you're on, you're running up creeks, you're running up rivers. The water's, you know, a good color, pretty stable. They get some moving water up there, so yeah, I'm a little surprised at that.
Trip, you know, I'm sure you've noticed, you've been watching this tournament. You know, we've got the great Bill Lowen with us, and Bill's a good guy to have at this tournament because he's a guy who appreciates the value of grinder tournaments where it's real. We're not trying to catch 6 and 7 pounders in order to make a difference. We're trying to just get what we can get. And through your career, your great career, as we say, more than 2 decades as tournament director for the Elite Series, which kind of tournament really kind of got your attention most? Those big bass beatdowns or the real tough, real grinder tournaments?
Oh, golly, Tommy, both of them. The beatdowns worked me to death, you know, lifting fish on the scales, and you're lifting them twice. But the grinders are fun. Yeah, Bill, it's good to see you. And I think about guys like Bill that grew up fishing the Ohio River. They are born grinders. I mean, they're fishing what, Bill, 6-7 bites a day.
Absolutely, that weigh 5 or 6 pounds.
Yeah, on the Ohio River. So I've always admired those guys. And but you know, Lake Martin right now is a numbers game, and you're seeing these guys like right here. That's a pretty good spot. That's Josh Butler, isn't it? That's a pretty good spot. So I don't know. They're all fun to watch when they're catching fish. Especially when I love it when they're, you know, old school, top water and stuff like that. To me, you just can't beat it.
Who's the best ever that you ever saw? You've probably fished here 40 years. Who's the best ever on Lake Martin?
Ooh, I don't know. You got Marty Giddens right now is as good as anyone. Marty fished a classic through the Federation. Chad Miller. My old fishing partner, Chris Ingram, was as good as anyone. You know, I like to say that at one time I could hang with most of them. I can't do that anymore, but there are a lot of good fishermen. There are a lot of good hammers on this lake.
Trip, I got a question that's a little more sentimental. All fathers are proud of their sons, and for you to see your sons have such great careers in their fields, but to see Hank step up from taking the college series over, now leading the Opens well. You were at the weigh-in yesterday. That's got to be a joyous thing to see your son follow in your footsteps and also carry the torch to the highest standard that you set.
It is, Ronnie. Yes, Mary and I attended the weigh-in yesterday, and we're very proud of Hank. You know, he's his own man. He has to do his own thing, but I'm going to brag on him. I think he does a wonderful job. I think he does a great job emceeing. I know he works hard. He pours his passion into it, and you know, the thing with Hank is he knows the history of the sport. I mean, being around me all these years and stuff. So he's doing a good job. I'm proud of him. Very proud of him. We are.
We're very appreciative of Hank. He does so many jobs, and he does them so very well. Okay, now we come to the time, Trip. We would never ask you to do this back in the days where you were in charge of the tournaments. Make predictions. You couldn't show even a hint of favoritism. But right now, we got Will Davis on top by 5 ounces ahead of Josh Butler. Yui Aoki, as a man, moved into 3rd place, and Bobby Bakewell. All those 4 are within inside of 3 pounds of each other. So looking at the way it stands right now, with a lot of fishing left to go in our day, who's going to be your pick to win this final event of the Opens this year?
That guy right there on the screen. I mean, you see, what I've read and all, his bike picked up in the afternoon, running these docks when the sun gets up bright, and it's bright, and I'm sitting here looking at Lake Jordan. It is slick calm, so there's not much you can do but go run that shade. But Will and his daddy William, it was good to see William yesterday. They used to have a place on Lake Martin, fish it a bunch. He's going to be hard to beat. Great angler too. Great young angler.
Ronnie ran down his accomplishments over the past 2 or 3 years.
Nation victories on Smith. If we fish Bassmaster enough in the state of Alabama, Will Davis will have won an important tournament on every Alabama lake we visit. He has done so well already.
Well, you know, I was thinking this morning about Eastern Fothergill and what he has done. His resume is just unbelievable. Winning the college bracket, and then winning 2 Opens, winning this AOI title. What he's done is remarkable, and especially with what he's had to go through personally. So quite an accomplishment, and man, he's got a bright future.
Trip, you have seen him come and you've seen him go through the years, but something we always wind up talking about is how strong, with each passing year, the rookie class is, the newcomers into the Bassmaster Elite Series. These anglers are so poised and ready to go. It's just, it's a new world, it seems like.
It is. I mean, you look at these 9 anglers, they have survived the gauntlet. And same thing from last year. I mean, and Bill will tell you, these young guys are amazing. And the learning curve now is so much different than you know, in our younger days. You didn't have the YouTubes and all the stuff. You had Bassmaster and Bass Times and a few other things. That was about it. But these guys are good. They are really, really good, and we're going to see some new superstars in the world of professional bass fishing.
All week long, we look forward to having a conversation with you. Trip Weldon, Hall of Famer, one of the greatest guys ever in the sport of bass fishing. Thank you so much, Trip, for being with us today, and let's all enjoy the rest of this tournament together. We got plenty more fishing time to come. One more look at our unofficial leaderboard for Bass Track, and that's Will Davis Jr. on top, Josh Butler, Yui Aoki making a difference today, and of course Bobby Bakewell with one of the more memorable catches of the year.
Still on 3 fish.
Opens.
Still on 3 fish.
Still on 3 fish with a lot of room to grow. We've got a lot of fishing to go when we come back. Bassmaster Live on this Saturday morning. We are rolling on. We're on Lake Martin, beautiful place here. Alabama, just north of a line from, say, Montgomery to Columbus, Georgia, in the east central part, maybe southeast central part of the state. A lot of bass fishing history here. Great talking to one of the guys who've made so much history here, Trip Weldon, in our last segment there, the Hall of Famer. Much, much appreciated former tournament director for the Bassmaster Elite Series. That was fun.
We talked about his fishing skill, but he was a no-nonsense, full of honor and integrity tournament director honestly, I said during commercial, I was afraid to approach when I was younger working with Bass because I know I needed to be on point when I walked to Trip. He had a lot of pressure on him.
No offense to Trip, but that was the biggest fish catch in 15 minutes we've had, about a catch every minute.
Oh, Lord, man.
Had Will Davis fill his limit, Josh Butler tie him, Will Davis take the lead again.
This is Byron Kinney. Looks like it's going to keep for him. Weigh him just to make sure.
Yeah.
Dakota Hebert caught a 2.5 pounder to get close.
Took a long time to get a limit today. I called probably 10, 15 times this time yesterday.
But first day I didn't catch him early either, so who knows? And I caught more the first day.
Kenny fished the Opens back in 2015. He's just doing Division I this year, which was, I guess,
Well, that one might have been a little better for a
Okeechobee,
split
Santee
second.
Cooper, and
Hartwell.
and Hartwell. Originally to be Hartwell, but now at Martin.
Much more well-versed, but for where he's at in Monticello, Georgia, about an hour southeast of Atlanta or so, and so he's right there in the middle of all three lakes. But Martin, never been on, and he was like, you know, I'm going to stick it out and fish it. This is fun for me without the pressure of elite qualification.
Will Davis, another dogfish, another great catch.
Nothing over 2 pounds today yet for Will Davis.
There's 1.7. So it's going to be between 2 and 3. I'm going to say number 2.
His scale tells him which fish in the live well weigh what, so he is. And they correspond to it. The color corresponds to a number. Let's get over to Cody Meyer. Got his work done yesterday, made a big run at the Angler of the Year title as well. Fell just a little bit short of Easton Fothergill, but he's going to the Bassmaster Elite Series next year, and he's hooked up.
Curious how many fish he's going to catch off of that dock.
That's the same dock he caught the 3 yesterday. Yeah, he's used the same couple docks religiously.
That was the same dock I caught that 3-pound spot on when that. I felt that line tick. I was thinking, here we go. It's going to be a big one. It's a keeper. It's small, but it's number 4. I mean, we gotta start somewhere, but definitely not what we're looking for on Championship Saturday.
Cody Meyer looking for things to heat up a little bit, get the fish catching going a little faster. We caught up with him earlier before this day started, and he brings us now our Bass Pro Shop's top lures.
All right, so I'm Cody Meyer. We are in Lake Martin, and this has been the top bait for me this week here on Lake Martin. And this is an old school bait for me, but this is a Yamamoto Fat Ica. This is a 4-inch bait. This is bait that has a ton of salt in it. It's a very high density bait. And what's so cool about this Fat Ica, I'm gonna rig this on this Owner Wide Gap Plus hook. This is a 5/0 hook, so it's got a lot of meat to it. But what is cool, it's not a conventional bait. The fish do not see it. I skip it up the docks, I give it some slack line, and it's actually going to swim backwards underneath the dock. And again, this has been out for about 20 years. This is something on the Clearwater Lakes in California, the desert, the Lake Havasus, Lake Mead, the Clear Lake. This has been a huge staple to my success in my career, and just a major player for me on Lake Martin. Also, you could skip it up in our docks, wood, and you could throw it on bigger line, but the Yamamoto Fat Ica, definitely a bait that's been a player for me this week.
Cody Meyer bringing a little West Coast flavor to our Bass Pro Shop's top lures for you right there. Let's get back down the lake. Paul Marks, Georgia. Paul, great season, great tournament here.
Get one to bite.
Look at that ball of bait that's around them.
Here comes the lure. Man, bum rushing that thing.
Wow. Anytime we've seen a ball of bait, which is few and far between this week, there has been a school of 20 fish around it for Paul Marks.
got the Dakota E-Bear.
Oh my goodness, dude, it's a big one, I think. Like a really big one. Oh my gosh, it's a giant. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Boom, baby. Oh my gosh, what is going on? What is happening? Look at that thing. That's the big bass of the day. What is happening?
Three and a half, dude. 3-4. So
his second biggest fish of the week behind his first day, 3 3/4.
Gives me 10.5.
Gave him the lead by 1 ounce. He's got the biggest bag today, 10 pounds, 13 ounces.
Wow. If he moves up there, he's from 7th to start the day, or no, he started the day in 9th.
3 pounds, 1 ounce back.
If he moves up to top 2, he could pass Andrew Loberg for 6th in the EQ qualifier. Maybe a little bit extra money.
Oh, every fish counts for something out here.
Last Will Davis fish gave him an ounce lead now.
Dakota E-Bear moving up into a close second place, 1 ounce behind our leader, Will Davis Jr. Butler, Aoki, and Bakewell hanging in there in the top 5s, getting good. It started out pretty good. Back on Lake Martin, one more look at this catch by Dakota E-Bear moments ago.
Look at that. Look at that. Boom, baby. Oh my God. Look at that thing.
He caught a 2.5 pounder about 5 minutes earlier.
Meaningful fish right there. Plus that one you mentioned, Suge, brought him up to 1 ounce behind our leader, Will Davis. I didn't think his smile could get any brighter than it was this morning when he talked about making the Elite Series, but I think it's glowing even harder now.
I don't think, he's our Mercury move of the day, moving from the bottom of the leaderboard in 9th up to the top, near the top right now, but I don't think the 100 Elite Series pros were happy to see him qualify for the Elites, and I don't think the 55 will be happy if he makes the Classic as well later today if he keeps at it. But still has some room to grow, Bill. Those first couple at 1.5, 1.8 most definitely can be called out, but that's the deal. Ending the day with nothing less than 2 pounds is what he's got to do.
That's the goal, and he's been able to have an amazing event up to this point. And we've been watching for the last 2 days. Guys keying on those little shallow offshore brush piles that we never really got to see transpire over the last 2 days, and looked like he caught both of those last 2 fish out of the same brush pile, which, I think if you're going to catch a big one, fishing them offshore brush piles like that definitely gives you that opportunity. And as we just watched, he caught a heavy 3-pounder, and we keep harping on how important that big bite is, and we've seen, like you said, him go from 9th all the way up to almost the top of the leaderboard.
That 3.8 actually gave him a 1 ounce lead, and then Davis caught a 1.7 to go, called 2 ounces to take over the lead.
All day
2
with that
minutes later.
stuff.
So you're saying it's a virtual tie, Such?
Yeah, it's Bass Track. It's Bass Track.
Oh, no.
Back to you, Aoki. 4th place now. 2+ back of the lead.
He is on the numbers. This is his 15th fish. Bakewell is 3 pounds out of the lead, but he's only got 3 fish, so 1.5 pounders.
I like how our guys are so good at hiding their baits when they catch one.
1.4.
I think he hooked up twice before he actually caught that.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
Gotta believe he's got a Paul Mark situation going on with it. He's got a group of 15 to 20 down there. Once one gets competitive and shows interest, the others join in, and then they kind of lose all sensibility, Bill, and you've got them now. Now I've got you interested.
So hiding their baits, lowballing their weights. Those are 2 good Elite Series skill elements right there. There's your leader by an ounce,
so,
Will Davis.
It seems like today we were able to get our limit faster than yesterday. Is that because we kind of fine-tuned our deal yesterday?
Yeah, kind of. They just ain't got the right size yet. We're still looking forward for that big bite, and it's been coming from 11 o'clock on. So anything before 11 o'clock's a bonus. So we're just gonna keep on grinding. And the couple key bites I had yesterday, I noticed that the wind, being a lot stiller than what it's been. It pushes them fish higher up on them docks, so that's why I've been trying to target the floating docks more so than the just the regular wood poles.
Lake Martin, a place with many, many boat docks, many, many brush piles. Much like our original intended destination, Lake Hartwell,
God,
South
all
Carolina.
over it.
I think they call them cane piles in South Carolina.
Yes, actually made of different material, and oftentimes cane piles, Tommy, aren't, back in the day when it was just side imaging, it was very difficult to idle by them and actually get a good picture of them offshore. So oftentimes you plant cane piles and they were actually yours. No one else was able to find them unless they knew they were what they were looking for. And those fish, obviously herring fish, just hang around those a little differently, especially in the summertime. We saw a lot of forest wood cups in the summer that dealt with herring lakes and the way the cane played, but
that's not the case anymore.
No, it's not the case. It's a lot if you're around them or in that depth zone, you'll be able to see them now with the live technology. They'll show up a little bit different and better. But the Hank Weldon making that switch from Lake Hartwell in South Carolina, getting with Neil Paul, and, host there in Anderson, recognizing that we love our tournaments. We have a huge season. Everybody relies on us to do this competitive format to make their next step of their career. But there's a bigger picture, and with Hurricane Helene hitting, that part of South Carolina and North Carolina just above them so hard, a lot of power, resources like hotel rooms, Airbnb, stuff like that, gasoline,
water,
first responders. There's a lot that a town has to accommodate to have a big event with 200 plus boats in it. And so do we want to do that post-hurricane, just a few days? The decision was no, we shouldn't, but let's find a lake that not many of our anglers have probably been fishing on a lot the last few weeks, and that would resemble the type of fishing we were going to see. And I think Hank Weldon absolutely crushed it with Martin.
Because wherever we went, they wouldn't get a chance to pre-fish.
They wouldn't get a chance to pre-fish, and so if we did go to a Lanier, that's one of the, if not the best spotted bass lake in the Southeast. There's 3 or 4 that we know of that are locals, and it's definitely a hot commodity as well. And some people practice lakes like Hartwell to get ready for them, and that's the lake you're going to go to is Lanier or something like that. So he didn't want to do Coosa River, didn't want to do Smith Lake. We'd already been there for the Elite Series, and so going to Lake Martin was definitely a unexpected twist that was just a very wise decision.
It's always hard to make that call when, cancel an event or maybe move an event because there's so many moving parts. But like we've said, Bass made the right call on this one for sure. And to be able to pick a lake that was so similar, like you just said, Ronnie, we couldn't have scripted it any better.
The only way you can do it is you'd have to delay it into November most likely. And Tommy, that'll give those 9 qualifiers who were uncertain until this event a month to get everything prepared.
That's right.
To then compete against Bill Lowen next year, so great decision by those guys, and the anglers accommodated, and those who showed up, I think it wasn't tough this week because everyone caught fish. It was difficult this week. Tough and difficult are like the same word, but it was tough. It wasn't tough to get bites. It was difficult to get to the right weight to win this event.
Yeah, the fishing's been phenomenal, you know, as far as fish catches and numbers, and but you know, we keep harping on it. Doesn't matter where we're at, you know, whether we're going to catch 40 pounds for 5 or 8 pounds for 5. It's all the still game. It's all the same game. You still got to catch. You still got to catch them. You still got to bring them to the scale, and you still got to figure out how to catch that better than average bite. You know, that was always my trouble when I started out on the elites. I could 12-pound you to death, but I could never figure out how to get, you know, them bigger bites.
Big well hooked up again, looking for a couple of 2-pounders to go with that giant he caught earlier.
Ooh, he needs that one in the boat.
Yeah, don't let him go.
I already ran into one dock today. I'm not trying to run into 2. Whoa, almost trying to fall in the water, too.
He is like Kyle Patrick.
Well, that would be
buddy.
5. He is not big, but it would be 5. At least I think so. Goodness gracious, he's small.
Not that we want to see him fall in, but it's always great when they do.
Hey. Oh, yeah.
13 inches.
Had a college angler fall in.
Well, we got 5 anyway. Got to start somewhere. Oh, a dang giant. 0.84, that's what I'm talking about.
13 ouncer, baby, 14 ouncer.
A little over a pound away from the lead, though. He's got 9 pounds total. 4.8 goes a long way.
Where is number 5? Don't do that, please.
Bobby, the second man out of qualifying for the Bassmaster Elite Series through this Tackle Warehouse EQ competition throughout the season, all 9 events.
There were people who thought he maybe was one spot out. People thought Matt Adams made it yesterday because last year we took the top 10 because Kenta Kamira was inside, so we doubled, so we had a bump to 10th. People thought 10th was the line, and nope, it was 9th.
So we got 10 out there working as hard as they can to get a shot at the Bassmaster Classic Lake Ray Roberts, Fort Worth, Texas, coming up in March of 2025. That is a big gift to dangle in front of someone, but a gift you have to earn by winning out here on Lake Martin. Tomorrow, it's an NFL doubleheader on Fox's. Kyler Murray leads the Cardinals against the Packers, or other regional action. Then, in America's Game of the Week, Jared Goff and the Lions take on Dak and the Cowboys. Check for the games in your area only on Fox and the Fox Sports Network.
Here we go. Tommy, I just got done texting some friends from church, said I cannot have lunch with y'all tomorrow. I got to get home to watch the game because my Cardinals got some games to actually play for that means something this year, so I'm excited about it, you know?
You're hurting the restaurant scene. Our fair
I got to
city
get
here.
it to go, man.
Okay. Let's get out to Brady Vernon. Brady Vernon from Sterrett, Alabama. Fished opens in 2019, 2022, and 2023. All of them EQ commitments. A good tournament at Leech Lake, 42nd place this year.
Special.
He's still waiting to sort of ignite today. With a big one or two, got 4 small ones as it stands right now. Back to Yui Aoki. Yui with 5 for almost 8.5 pounds.
He's caught a bunch, so he's up to 16 fish catches.
Yes, baby.
Got the numbers going.
Thank you.
He's got a 1.5 and a 1.6 in that live well now. So. Gonna give that one a look.
Wildfire.
Yesterday, Evan Kong had over 30 fish catches.
Who did?
Evan Kong.
Oh, really? Well, yeah.
EQ
We sat and
qualifier.
watched a bunch of them. That's for sure. He stayed out there deep all day long. Back to Josh Butler. Josh sprinted out to the early lead today. Up fishing shallow. He's a little deeper now.
Got me in the brush. He's coming out. Now he's out. What do I got? Largemouth. He ain't that big. I should just swing him, but it's 6, so I'm not gonna do it because I don't know if my line's messed up or not. Oh, I thought that was a giant. I don't even know if he'll call.
Seven ounces out of the Bass Track lead.
A brush pile, Bill Owen.
Gotta be a 130.
Why not use bigger line? Well,
he ain't no 130.
This lake doesn't always handle pressure well.
Absolutely.
And after 3 days of tournament and 5 days of practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to be able to downsize your line like that.
Like half an ounce, probably.
Get a few extra bites, but you're also playing that game of, can I get him out of the brush pile when I get the bite? I wouldn't sew a button on a shirt with 6-pound test line.
Water's pretty clear here too.
Absolutely.
It's very much. It's a highland reservoir. People think of it. You know, you see back in 2018, we saw a lot of, you know, in the wake of a lot of rain and stuff like that, a lot more color in the water. It's different now.
Some of the places we've seen this week with the guys have looked like they were fishing in a bathtub. Gin clear, you can see all the rocks everywhere, and
yeah.
Butler knows the task at hand. He's led open wire to wire when he won at Logan Martin, and he really balanced a 2-prong approach there as well. He did a shad spawn in the morning to catch a couple fish, and then went to the tail race of the dam, waited for that current to come on to fill out his limit on that final day, and so he's really balanced. If he balances a brush pile game with top water, he would have done that to perfection again.
Dakota Ebear, we were speculating yesterday, could this thing come down to a duel between Davis and Ebear?
Man, it's been a good morning, man. I mean, honestly, I've had the opportunity to have a phenomenal morning. I've been not really committing to the top water. I've had some really nice bites that didn't get it, but I was very, very fortunate to capitalize on a couple really good opportunities. It's got us in a pretty good spot. I mean, you know, it's early in the day, and if that one right there eats it, it'd be really nice. I think he did. Oh my gosh, I missed him. That was a big one, dude. I seen it on LiveScope come and get it. Now there's a bunch of them looking at it, but I can't believe I missed him. Man, maybe I might have had something figured out. These little rock piles on the ends of these points. So I was going down the bank earlier, you know, whenever I caught those two, and I seen that little rock pile sticking out off the end of that point, and I caught those two off of it. Well, sure enough, here's another one right here, and I cast my jig out there to it and watched one come up before my jig ever hit the bottom, and got it. And somehow, I guess I didn't let him get it good. There's another one that's got it right now. Dang, I missed him too. Spotted bass, I'm sure. Not getting it good. Dang. You know, I got close up on them, but I mean, there's a rock pile like this on the end of every point. I mean, I've been seeing them, I just ain't really fished them yet, but maybe that's, I don't know how I missed that one. I kind of let him have it. But you know, I'm just fishing today. I mean, we're trying new things, and running new water and everything. I haven't fished any of this stuff since practice, but I know this area's got some good fish in it, and we're just kind of, I don't know, just bouncing around, trying different things, and we're fishing for quality, not quantity today, for sure. You know, I mean, that's the goal. I don't care if I catch but a couple more today, as long as they're the right couple. That's the deal. I mean, we're fishing for first and nothing else today.
From Dakota E-Bear. Get out to Byron Kenny.
It's a decent head shake. You never know with these spots, though. That's a pretty decent one. Not a giant. That's a real good one, actually. We'll definitely take that one. Thank you, Lord. Bigger, not huge, but decent fish. There we go. Fishing a deep brush pile, trying to get a bite. It's been a pretty tough morning. Appreciate all the family watching back home. Watching me out here just have a ball. It's a little better. 167. Pound and a halfer. Huh? Oh yeah, they're getting bigger. We just got to find a way to get some big bites this afternoon. It's been better in the afternoon for the most part. Yesterday I just got blessed with a great start. I had a few good bites this morning, but
Progress there for Byron Kenny. Kenny, not maybe enough to break him into the top 5, but he's hanging in there, improving his total in position number 6. As we get closer and closer to the midday point of this 8 hours of fishing, 10 anglers left on Championship Saturday, looking for that chance to go to the Bassmaster Classic at Lake Martin. 2024 St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7, is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. This is the last stop of the year for this sort of epic 9-event schedule for so many of our anglers out there, all the ones enrolled in the Tackle Warehouse Opens EQ program. Find a route to the Bassmaster Elite Series. 9 have qualified. That work has already been done, and so today it's all about winning this tournament. The winner of this one gets an invitation to Lake Ray Roberts, North Fort Worth, Texas, for the Bassmaster Classic, the World Championship. Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic coming up in March.
Be the 52nd qualifier from this event, even if it's Jonathan Kelly who gets a double qualification. Then we go to Grand Lake for the Bass Nation Championship in November. 3 more anglers will make the Classic then.
That's right.
The December 4th through 7th Team Championship. Ouachita River out of Monroe, Louisiana.
Quit doing that.
Get our full field of 56 anglers.
Come on, baby.
Bobby Bakewell,
Yes.
Orlando, Florida.
Yes. We're going to keep beating a dead horse for a little while longer, my friend. Thanks, Emil, for the frogs, man. Gosh. I was out of them after yesterday. My boy came through. And Brian Post, too, as well. $194.
Just under that 2-pounder. He said, I want 2 more of those to go with my 4.5-pounder, and I'm going to be looking good here.
Mark, I think we're going to cull. I mean, I'll show you here in a second. I think he's a little bit bigger. I think. You think? I think.
He said 194, didn't he?
Oh, about a pound cull then.
All right, the other one went in the water. Now I gotta find this son of a gun. Okay, I'm gonna go. Oh, shoot.
It's hard to keep track of
crackers when you got a whole loaf of bread that he caught this morning in there. It's easy to find that one in the live well.
Oh my God!
This was that
Come here.
bite.
Come here.
Oh my goodness.
Please come here. Please come here. Yeah! Hey, that's why I threw the buzz bait. Whoa!
Maybe the most exciting fish catch we've seen all year.
Let's go!
It's in the top 10
Now we
for
really won't
Bassmaster
get
Live
woke up for this
2024, that's for sure.
Oh my God! Like 5 times. Oh. Frick.
Orlando, Florida. Bobby Bakewell showing us what it's all about out here. Just missed out on his shot to get into the Bassmaster Elite Series this year. I bet he's going to try again, and I think he's got a good shot at it.
He could still make the Elite Series, Tommy.
That's right.
If he could win today and make the Classic and go to Ray Roberts, you just never, if you win the Classic as a non-elite angler, you get elite entry. It would just be for 2026.
That's right. Wow.
He's got that entry.
The ultimate workaround.
He would have had to work hard. He would have had to beat an entire Opens field to win an event and then go to the World Championship and do something that nobody else has done to be able to get his entry next year.
Well, that's, climb the mountain because it's there.
That's the beauty of this sport. You never know.
Paul making a move to the docks a little bit earlier than he has the last few days.
Still plenty of available shade. Some of these anglers work pretty hard during the course of this week. They've all been working hard during the course of this week. It has been a really, really interesting experience to see these guys deal with a supply of fish that aren't giants, but a good supply of fish and trying to work through them and find the right ones.
Keep their focus, determination, still adjusting. You slightly adjust your bait, you slightly adjust your position, Bill Lowen, and that can slightly increase your weight. And this week, slight increases meant, hey, I can fish on Championship Saturday.
They've been huge, We've watched it every day this week. Go down to the wire, last minute big fish catches. Big fish catches today. Definitely been exciting to watch it all go down.
Bakewell, that fish, 2-pounder, gives him 32 pounds, 7 ounces, 1 ounce ahead of Will Davis. Dakota Abears, 1 ounce behind that. Let's see what happens the rest of the day.
Bobby Bakewell on top. How about that?
We're going to have 4 or 5 guys within half a pound, aren't we, Tommy?
Oh,
it's going to come down to the last 3 hours.
Last cast of the day.
We knew it would. You said it was going to be tight.
Thank you so much for being with us here on Bassmaster Live at this final event of the year for the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. Coverage is going to continue at noon Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com. We will see you in a couple of weeks here. We're scheduled to do some red fishing at that time, so we'll see you Saturday, 2 weeks from now on FS1. Thanks so much to Bill Lowen for being with us today. He'll continue into the afternoon. We thank you and salute all of these anglers who have made it through a long, long season. The finish line is in sight for these guys.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Here we go, a little over 3 hours left of fishing time for our 10 anglers left on the final day of the St. Croix Bassmaster Open on Lake Martin, presented by 7. We've seen a lot of action today. There's a look at our leaderboard, unofficial from Bass Track, and Bobby Bakewell of Orlando, Florida. Caught a really good one of the best we have seen here, maybe the best we've seen here on Bassmaster Live earlier this morning, and has got the lead right now with about a pound and a half advantage over the likes of Josh Butler, who held the lead for a good while this morning, and ditto Will Davis also spent some time in that top spot. So things are evolving. We got good close competition. You can't ask for much more on the final day of a tournament, the final tournament of the season. So now let's catch you up on what we have seen today. Share it with you right now on our Bassmaster Midday Report. check out Dakota Meyer. Was kind of a slow start for this man who has done so well all season long, and in this tournament really challenged for the top spot in the EQ standings yesterday with Easton Fothergill.
We've had the privilege of being with Cody all 3 days of this tournament, made the final day, and every day we've seen him adjust. On day 1, it was nothing but dock fishing. Day 2, he mixed in topwater half the day, and now we're seeing him lean on a different set of docks that were successful for him yesterday. And you got a new face on camera, final day of the season, Kyle Palmer, a young angler with a good, promising future, one of the high school All-Americans from years past, a college standout at Bethel University, and first top 10 to end the year, not too shabby.
Kyle from Winchester, Tennessee, fished his way in yesterday, day number 2 of this tournament, in a great position here. Looking to have his best event of the year. About Brady Vernon.
Sneaking in a tiebreaker scenario, Tommy. 21-1, last man in, 10th place. Brady in his home state gets his first top 10 and ends the season on a high note. These last couple events, he's had some really good finishes to end out his year. And not sure how much of a local he is to Martin, but if you're around the Coosa River, if you're around those Alabama Team Trail type events, you've probably fished Lake Martin at some point or another.
Finished out his limit about an hour ago, did Brady Vernon. No big ones as of yet, but he's got plenty of time to fish. Byron Kenny from Monticello, Georgia. Georgians have played big in this tournament.
Yeah, he was definitely rooting for the University of Georgia against Alabama a few weeks ago. It didn't turn out probably like you liked, but having a great breakout performance here. He was a great college angler at the University of Georgia, and said he's only fishing one division, Tommy. He loves fishing tournaments, and it's kind of like a little break from work, and he gets to really spark his competitiveness, and he's 5 fish away from the Classic. That's why I asked him last night, what would that be like? And he said, I don't even know, because that would be amazing.
Classic potential is the only thing left on Dakota Ebert's plate. He's done a great job all season long, and he's made it into the Bassmaster Elite Series for 2025. You know, though, this Texan would love to get into a Texas Classic.
It's very interesting to see anglers who are doing different patterns now evolve their way to topwater, and how Dakota started with topwater, caught a 4-pounder on day 1, was in the top of our leaderboard, and has slowly progressed out. And today, Bill Lowen looked out a little bit deeper off a point, still a shallow point, saw some rock piles, and he's been catching fish off of every rock pile he's seen.
You know, it's always about making those adjustments. Dakota is doing that pretty much flawlessly. You know, 3/4 of our field this morning started out with topwater. It was very exciting. We're going to see those little adjustments this afternoon make a huge difference.
Yeah, that 3.5-pounder came about 2 hours ago. Will Davis Jr., of course, the man to beat in this tournament, one of the big pre-tournament favorites, and has been in the lead for most of the hours of this tournament over 3 days.
Go ahead.
Very vocal yesterday about he figured out the dock deal, figured out where those better than average size fish were on those docks, made some key calls yesterday afternoon, and pretty much been running that pattern all morning long.
Josh Butler already a winner on the Opens in Alabama. Logan Martin earlier this year, and he's the man with the fast start today. Was really at it on cruise control, plowing forward.
Blazing. I think that he had a limit before the rest of our field had 5 fish. He caught them so quick, and he actually showcased something a little different. Working a whopper plopper, obviously that's a quick moving bait, Bill Lowen, but he even sped it up to just finish his retrieve off and go to the next cast. Caught a couple fish, and that kind of showed us something, that these fish, even under stale, sunny conditions, flat calm, they were ultra aggressive this morning.
Sometimes we figure out little key deals to get a bite totally by accident, and I almost think that's what Josh did this morning, and he's been able to run with that and capitalize on it.
Bobby Bakewell, Orlando, Florida, finished in just 1 spot out of 10th place, 2 spots out of qualification for next year's Bassmaster Elite Series. He is not deterred. He came here to fish today.
Man, and Bill, we've seen a lot of topwater, whether it's a pop-ar, whether it's a walking bait, or a whopper plopper style retrieve. Not many people excelling with a buzz bait this week on camera, but Bobby, that's exclusively what he's throwing, and boy, 4.5-pounder right here, that's 2.5 fish. He had half a limit with that one catch.
We talked about it earlier this year that there's always that window in the fall where they go to a straight brim deal. I think we hit that exactly on the head this week, and that's what these guys are doing, running around early in the morning, throwing those top waters, imitating them brim. that get up there around them seawalls and them docks. And if you're going to catch a better than average fish, I think that was the way to do it this week, aside from some of the big fish that have been caught out of the brush piles. But I think if you were going to get a big bite, this was definitely the way to do it.
11 pounds, 11 3/4 pounds for Bobby Bakewell is the best effort so far today, and has him in the top spot as it stands right now, 1 pound and 6 ounces ahead of Josh Butler.
I'll say he had a steep mountain to climb coming in. He was 68 points behind the last EQ spot for the Elite Series. He knew he had to win this event and really hope for some falls. He is holding up his end of the bargain. They didn't slip for him, but he is going to finish his year very strong in the top 5.
Really impressive.
So I'm just gonna
Paul Marks.
keep doing this, probably try to catch a couple big ones. It's the only option I really have. But other than that, it's been a good day. There's not really any stress.
Every day, Paul's been able to make that transition to the docks, you know, from his out deep pattern, and he's been able to capitalize on a couple key bites every single day. I don't see why today wouldn't be any different.
I don't know. Very relieved. I'd like to win this tournament, but I did what I needed to in this last tournament to really jump up in the points and make it. It's been crazy. A long year. Okeechobee felt like it was 2-3 years ago. But run this, dock pattern, fish the back of the pockets where there's some shade. Try to run into a really big one or two.
I'm with Paul Marks on that, Tommy. Sometimes we think, man, the season started just the other day, and I'm like, man, the season started so...
It's weird. Time is like an accordion. It goes in and out on you.
It has been a long year.
It does seem like a long time since we were at Okeechobee.
We may have been figuring up the numbers of live bass fishing hours that we've done this year together at this desk, and it may blow some minds if we were to...
He led the points after Ouachita. After 2 events, he had a couple bad, and then his last 4 top 12s. Jumped up from 19th to finishing our top 9.
Bill, we talked about it. He's making this adjustment to the docks, and this has not been his primary deal. It's been his afternoon gig, but earlier today he stuck with this pattern. He's fished actually a little bit deeper, it seems, than most of our field and what he's been doing this past week. And you can see that's where the bigger schools of fish, maybe the smaller size, but bigger schools were.
Yeah, a lot of the fish we saw him key on this morning were in that 35 to 45 foot depth range, as you can see here. And it seemed like every time he landed on a group of those fish, there was, 10 to 20 fish in each school. Obviously, always around a big wad of bait, as you can see above them there in the screenshot. But yeah, definitely keying on some fish. We don't even know how deep he is there. He could be in 100 foot of water.
Paul, obviously a Lake Lanier angler, so he's very well versed in that open water, those fish that are tuned into blueback herrings and will just swim and swim until they find them. They said at Lake Martin this week and overall that Lake Martin is kind of void of a lot of bait, and that's why maybe we see a lot smaller sized spotted bass instead of them grouping up bigger. But where we've seen bait in Paul Marks' screen, we have seen the biggest schools of fish all week.
Well, for all of his spotted bass specialist qualifications, his best tournament this year was Okeechobee. Finished 4th place down there. A little bit of a different environment.
When you pair in as well, he won the All-American on Cherokee Lake, so that's a East Tennessee lake. He has had like Easton Fothergill. Easton's had a great 2-year span. Paul is also putting in the work, whether it's on the opens or locally or other trails for sure.
Well, he has certainly got room to grow. He's got his limit, but they're none of them really big. One 2-pounder, a lone 2-pounder among those 5.
Three 12-ouncers. Didn't want to bring any of those in.
Mm-mm. Back out to Cody Mark. A slow start for Cody today. He has been catching a few.
Nice.
That's a good one.
That'll call for sure. Dude, I could not hit him. That's a probably £1.75 pounds.
And this has been a addition to his pattern. He has been within a cast of the bank all week, whether it's top water or dock fishing. But he's gone. He went out, I believe, day one and two for just like an hour, just to cull one or two fish out, and he's been able to do that.
Yeah, one of our few anglers that's kind of bouncing back and forth. But like you said, definitely keying on that shallower bite. Seems like that's where his better than average bites have been coming from, but definitely sometimes throughout the day he'll slide out there maybe to upgrade an ounce or two, and it's been working for him all week.
Well, he is, according to Bass Track, 4 1-pounders to choose from.
This largemouth out in the middle of the lake. It's going to be so confused.
I was just going to say that. He's going to leave one of these largemouth in 40 feet of water, and they're going to be like, where am I at? I was just on the bank.
All right, let's try to catch one more, and then we're going to go.
Back to Kyle Palmer, Tennessee.
Good thing about where he's fishing on Martin.
That's got to be one right there.
A lot narrower creeks and pockets, upriver, tighter places. Shade's going to be there much more than on these wide open pockets, and he's going to have a lot of fishable water coming up. He's actually made a move a little bit more east on the lake.
Let's go over to Yui Aoki. Been in fifth for a good long spell now, for better part of an hour and a half. He's had his limit for a while, been going through the numbers.
He's up to 23 fish.
I say he's
24.
got a tremendous amount of fish this morning. You know, Ronnie, we were just talking about the shade line up the river there, and I think one of the things we don't talk about a lot in the fall is that the days are getting shorter. So we get that shade line a lot earlier in the day than we would, let's say, in a summer event where we have to wait till the end of the day to get that shade line. With those shorter days, we get that shade line a lot earlier.
All our anglers looking for something to separate them from the rest of the field there, be it a shade line or a new way to fish the bank, or maybe something big going on offshore. One of the joys of fishing here at Lake Martin, we get to see people doing a whole lot of different things, and we got a good bunch of anglers, these 10, putting on a show for us today on the final day of the season. There it is, Lake Martin. Boy, they've been fishing tournaments at Lake Martin for decades upon decades. A lot of Bassmaster history here in the state with the most Bassmaster history, the state of Alabama. Lake Martin on the Tallapoosa River has always been a great, great destination, a great place to test some of the best anglers locally and from across the country when they come for a big event here. Last time the Bassmaster Elite Series was here back in 2018. Takahiro Mori wins it up the river with a single cast pretty much for 4 days straight.
He'll help a little bit. He's not a giant, though. He felt big. Yellow.
A little upgrade right there. Paul Marks Jr., you say we should refer to him as well.
Yeah, we can call him Paul Marks when he's traveling nationally, but when he's traveling locally, you got to refer to him as Paul Jr. Because Paul Sr. Paul Sr. If you're within 50 miles of Paul Sr., you better refer to him because he is. I mean, obviously,
his dad owns the
her original
tackle shop there,
yes,
Lanier, where Paul works. Paul Jr. works.
Got to show some respect to the OGs, you know.
No kidding. They've given me honorific, as they say. Yui Aoki.
I'm just trying to get a discount on some of those blueback herring legs, you know, that they got.
Shocker. Shocker right
just
there.
kidding.
Speaking of father-son teams, our co-angler winner yesterday, Chad Stahl.
Yes, Cody's dad.
Is the father of Cody Stahl, who won the Mississippi River.
Bobby Bakewell, his dad was his captain in high school fishing.
Yeah.
Bo Browning, following his father's footsteps there.
Great Elite Series angler, many, many years.
If you see a few rivers on the open schedule next year, you better watch out. Steven might get him a piece of apple pie.
Yeah.
One of the best winners when it comes to the opens.
How about that open schedule?
I don't know yet, Bill.
Some highlights from earlier today. Day 3 for Yui Aoki.
Caught the most fish and actually took the lead early this morning.
He did for a little
few
bit, you're right.
Fish catches.
Good point.
It's the only problem, Bill, I see with what he is doing specifically. It's obviously gotten him here, and he's in the top 5. He's been very consistent throughout the week, but it seems like the ceiling is just limited out there. You're going to have to catch 50 to get to that weight. He's caught 24, 25, and those are the ones he's put on the scale to upgrade by just ounces.
11.6 and then 10.8 yesterday.
Yeah.
We had a camera all day on another international angler, Evan Kung, who did the same thing.
Yep.
Stayed out there, stuck with that, committed to it, and stayed with it all day.
At some point, Bill, you've probably got to say, I need to go find a bigger bass.
You know, and it's so hard to do that when you're getting so many bites. You know, you think that you're getting so many bites that next bite might be that 3-pounder, and it's so hard to make yourself do that. You know, obviously we see guys that are catching 30 fish up to this point, you know, and you may go to the bank and only get 1 or 2 bites, but they may be the right bites. But it's really hard when you're getting that many bites to pull the plug and go do something different, especially when it's got you this far or up to this point.
Cody Meyer doing something a little different. We've seen a touch of this from him, taking it offshore for a while during the course of a fishing day, but not a lot of it.
It's probably much shallower out where he's at than it is on those lakes in California that he's used to, you know,
probably
hanging over 120
probably not
feet.
like being at the Shasta Dam or anything like that.
I don't know if that'll help or not.
They swing close to the camera, they look a little bit bigger.
Don't know
Get
if
them next
that'll
to their
help or
body.
not. That's not what we need to win, but man, so many. You know, first drop, I catch a
What's the saying about the camera? It adds 10
fairly
pounds.
decent one. So
In this
it's kinda-
case, it would be it adds about 4 ounces.
Yeah.
But then we're battling. Black is supposedly slimming, and these are black bass, you know, so it's like we're kind of fighting the battle both ways, right, Bill?
I got the Byron Kennedy.
Not gonna get many bites doing this though, probably. There we go. That might be a little bit better, but still not what we're looking for. But thankful for the catch. I don't know what this thing's doing.
Byron Kennedy's smallest is a 1 pound, 2 ouncer.
He's been known to dabble in the saltwater fishing as well. He's not far in Georgia from the panhandle of Florida and those areas there. It's been a up and down year for Byron. He told me last night on the phone he's 2 weeks away from welcoming a baby girl to his family.
Wow.
A few months ago he lost his father in his sleep, and it's just been a year, but ending the year strong, and Byron has been positive through it all.
Having his best Opens tournament ever, so today is an up day, of course, for Byron Kennedy, a young man from the state of Georgia.
Proud of him.
Plenty more fishing time left, a couple hours plus for these 10 anglers here with Bobby Bakewell of Florida on top. Moving on through the day. Well, the season has taken 9 months to get to this point right here, but we are running out of time quicker than you may think. We've got a lot of business to settle, and you know, in truth, plenty of time to fish and change your reality if you can on this day. A lot at stake. The winner gets to go to the Bassmaster Classic 2025, and that is the goal of every professional bass angler. Cody Meyer's been around professional bass fishing for a long time with a lot of success, and Classic truly one of his goals. He's already achieved another goal, and that's to fish the Bassmaster Elite Series. He'll start doing that February of next year, or March.
We're out of here, man. This is all we're gonna get.
Trying to get rid of a couple more 1-pounders.
Dude. Same size. I'll keep the one that's from shallower. Okay, let's go. Grab the trolling motor. We're gone.
$11.13 on day one, 10 pounds yesterday. Under 7 pounds still, nothing over 2 pounds today. Just not the quality fish you found.
There's your leader.
It's been eventful. Caught, as far as in the box, I got 4 on a buzzer and 1 on my dad's jig. To get a couple more. I got, currently knocking on the door before I entered the dock. But anyway, I got 1 big one in there, as I'm sure mostly everybody have seen, because my phone has been nonstop vibrating in my pocket. But yeah, I was fortunate to catch a couple more decent ones, 2-pounders. I just got 2 pound-and-a-halfers in there that, if I can get rid of them with some 2 pluses, we'll be doing really, really well. I'm thankful no matter what happens though, man. It's been a heck of a week. I didn't expect it whatsoever. I've said it 100 times, but my practice was not great. And yeah, it's been fun. I'm surprised that I've had you know, 2 fun days out here. The first day was a grinder, still fun. Now, you catch a bunch of fish in this place, but man, it's just so hard to catch a 2+. I mean, it's hard to catch a 1.75 pound+. But I'm thankful that I have had a few of those bites, and especially that big one today. Goodness gracious, jumped like 5 times in my hands. If it would have come off, I probably would have just died right there. But I'm just grinding away. Got plenty of time. Got a little under 2 hours. Well, no, got a little over 2 hours. 11:43. And I'm just gonna stick a jig and a buzzbait in my hand the rest of the day. Not deter from that, because I really feel like my best odds of getting that 2+ pound bite that I feel like I need is going to be on one of them too. Although buzzbait is probably a lost cause at this point, I gotta throw it. Like, if the opportunity presents itself, I'm going to keep it wet regardless. So that's the plan. Just thankful for all the messages and calls. It's been a blast of a week, like you said, surprisingly. But looking forward to see how this thing shakes out. I just hope I can get a couple more good ones and come with a fat bag. But we're gonna do everything we can to do that.
Started the day in 3rd place, 2.6, 2 pounds 6 ounces behind Will Davis. Will Davis is 1.9 back. Josh Butler's in between him, 1.6 back of Bakewell right now.
Well, that was the way he started the day, and it wasn't too long after that this happened.
Oh my God! Come here, come here. Please come here. Please come here. Yeah! Hey, that's why I threw the buzzbait. Whoa! Look at that one, son. I was due for a big one. Let's go! Now we really woke everybody up with this bucket. Oh my God! Like 5 times. Oh, freaking.
So if you lived in that cove and you're trying to sleep in a little bit this morning, he put an end to that.
8:07, the shot heard around Lake Martin.
But it was worth it. Man, oh man.
Luckily, he didn't wake up that boat dock owner, because he was out there already in the boat watching Bobby fish. So he didn't disturb at least that house, but maybe the other houses it echoed through.
There's my fish.
I imagine the block could hear that, the whole block.
You know, he made the comment this morning he was going to run that buzzbait till about 9:30, and here we are, you know, almost noon, and he's at it. I really like the fact that he decided not to. Not to lay it down, because at this point he needs one more really good bite to have a legitimate shot to put this thing away.
Because it's so easy, even for how good Will and Josh have done this week, that they could catch 9 pounds. That's very, very conceivable.
Yep. But for him to be throwing 2 baits that are going to get better than average bites, a buzzbait and a jig, I really, really like what he's doing here.
Well, you got to do what you have to do to get what you think you need in order to take over the top position and be there through the weigh-in. The weigh-in coming up at 2:30 Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com. 2:30 local time, Central Time, 3:30 Eastern. So mark that down. We'll remind you again. Always want to make you aware of the Yamaha Right Waters Bassmaster Kayak Series, scored by Tourney X, fast-growing segment of fishing, very accessible for a lot of folks who'd like to get into tournament fishing for big bass. They've got the not the possibility. They have announced that they're going to have their national championship in conjunction with the Classic. They're going to be at Lake Fork. The Classic will be at Ray Roberts in March of next year. That'll be fun. They got a big tournament coming up actually next weekend on Caddo Lake. Beautiful, wild, 1,000-year-old natural lake there north of Shreveport on the border with Texas. Hit the QR code and get yourself familiarized with the Yamaha Bassmaster Kayak Series, powered by Tourney X.
I know when we go to Louisiana, we don't want cold fronts built low in, but if you're in a kayak underneath those cypress trees, I want those snakes as lethargic as possible. I don't need them. I don't need them coming and looking in my kayak.
Snakes aren't interested in kayaks.
How far do you think one of those Lake Fork 10-pounders could pull a kayak out into the lake, Bill?
Farther than you want, probably.
Yes, sir.
Will Davis, certainly one of the local favorites. Spent a lot of time on Lake Martin here. He's got some fans turning out for the man, giving some support to local boy done good, as they say.
A little better one there. A little bit better. Dadgum struggle this morning.
You're right, Bill. He sets the hook a little differently with the jerkbait. That tells me he's either unafraid of losing them, or he does have a softer rod than we see. Like maybe it's a medium or a something like that.
That one was definitely not near as aggressive as most of them are. He must be getting a little tired.
Between him and number 3. 1.7.
About an ounce and a half gain there, probably. Smallest fish is a 1.5.
Yeah, he's not going to gain much.
Been a lot of events won by 1 ounce, so.
Started 2-6 ahead of Bobby Bakewell, who's got him by 4 pounds right now. So he needs to cull maybe once or twice more at least. He's maybe gets over 8 pounds, and that's 3.5 pounds less than his second day. He had 13 on day 1.
Dakota E-Bear. Really good tournament here.
Two-ounce upgrade for Will Davis.
Dakota E-Bear. Texas, actually grew up Denham Springs, Louisiana, in the Baton Rouge area, so he's got a little bit of the Pelican State in the mix there as far as his fishing upbringing.
Stand out at Tarleton State for college, and
some rodeoing thrown in there.
As soon as he got out of college, Tommy, he started heading north and really fishing places against, or where his weaknesses were. And boy, he has turned into a machine the last few years. And noticed a rock pile on the end of a short point. You can see it wasn't deep. It was 6 feet deep or less. And he caught 2 of his best fish of the day, Bill, just noticing that shallow point. They maybe pulled off the bank from the boat pressure the last few days off to the next piece of cover.
It's always important to keep that open mind. And earlier this morning, like you said, he figured out that every point had a little rock pile on the end of it. He was able to catch, I believe, 2 of his better fish that way. May look like he still may be concentrating on a little bit of that stuff right now.
The 3.5 pounder gave him a 1 ounce lead at 9:14. 2 minutes later, Will Davis gained 2 ounces and took over the lead.
And his 10-13 is a great day so far, but him starting 9th place, almost 3.5 pounds back. Gotta get. I mean, his biggest bag of the week. He had a 12.5 pound bag on day. He's got to get at least that. It's got to get up there.
3-1 back. Yeah. He's got our second biggest bag today, 10-13 on Bass Track. They still got a couple under 1.5 pounds.
For those who've been following Dakota's story, I remember getting the phone call mid-January, Tommy. I think it was January 14th, and Dakota said, man, I've been battling with it. I want to fish the Classic. I want to fish tournaments that get me to the Classic, and is there still a chance that I can get into the Opens for all 9? And I called Hank Weldon that night. I was like, Hank, you mind if I call you? It's 9 o'clock at night. And I called him, and he said, I think we got one spot open for someone who's willing to fish all 9. And the next morning he signed up for him, and a week later he packed his bags to head to Okeechobee and start his season strong, but not as strong as it's been lately. He has been putting the top 10s in. He only had one big slip up at Leech Lake. That day 2 plummeted out of AOI contention and then into survival mode.
Last man in. They say always beware of the last man in. He has been a factor.
He stood second for 4 tournaments in the EQ points up till.
I think he got within 1 point of Easton after, like, maybe it was after St. Clair or.
St. Clair.
I think after St. Clair was 1 point.
1,033, Fothergill, Hebert 1,032.
Yes.
Exactly, Ronnie.
Bill, you haven't necessarily had to do this, but knowing Dakota as a touring pro with quite a bit of success the last few years, he has the financial flexibility to be able to put some of that on hold to pursue this, knowing it may not be guaranteed how it goes. What's it been like for him probably after you get through one event and it's not rocky, and then you get through 2 and you're like, okay, I'm here, and then you get through half the season and you still have 4 more events left. You're like, I'm doing well, but who knows?
Yeah, it's always the unknown. You know, you never are guaranteed anything in this sport. When things are going good, they're going really good, and when they're going bad, they're going really, really bad. You know, so I always said this is the hardest job I've ever had, and it's not necessarily the physical side of it, which, yeah, it's physical because, you know, daylight to darks for 9 months out of the year, but the mental side of it is what gets most anglers. Most anglers cannot handle the mental side of the emotional roller coaster ride of one day you catch them really good, the next day you catch them really bad. So that's, for me, that's been the hardest part of this to get over, is the mental side of it. But like I said, in this sport, you're not ever guaranteed anything. There's so many variables that you can't control. Try to control the ones that you can. When you have a bad event, forget about it, move on to the next one. That's the best tip I can give you for that.
What did Denny Broward send you? You showed me some private text that was, what was it, like short memory no matter if it's a good or bad tournament?
Absolutely. He said you're
He
only
said
as
some
good,
other stuff, but we can't say.
You're only as good as your last event.
They say it about a few sports, but that the most important little part of the playing field is the 6 inches between your ears.
That's right.
That's certainly true of fishing.
Might help by another 2 ounces.
Kyle looks like he's almost on the same bank we saw Alan Brooks fishing yesterday with the same top water.
It does look
was just
like
early in the morning for Alan.
Rivery looking.
Looks like it will call for him.
A bit of an upgrade. All these guys looking to upgrade as quickly as they possibly can. It may seem like you got a long time to fish, but boy, that clock starts running so fast when you get past the noon hour, and it is 12:01 Central Time here, Lake Martin, and things are starting to get even more serious as if they weren't before. We're having fun in Alabama today. Bass anglers, I'll tell you what, you go to the northern part of the United States, how can you not say, I love New York? Think of all the great bass fishing places up there. Think of the Great Lakes of Erie and Ontario. You move a little further east, you got the Finger Lakes, Cayuga, and all these great places to fish there. Keep going east, you get Champlain, and you get up into the Adirondacks for places like Lake Saranac, Lake George as well. It's just a great place, and that's why anybody that loves bass fishing says, I love New York. Love New York, love Alabama. Alabama always been a great bass fishing center for these United States. Let's get out to Dakota Ebear. Dakota Ebear from the state of Texas, where the World Championship Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic will be held next March. Dakota trying to fish his way into it. Sitting in third right now, down at 6 ounces back.
Oh, he's a little better than I thought he was. A lot better than I thought he was. Dang, that was a little one. I think that's gonna help me, boys. Might help me a little bit. Yep. Shoot, yeah. 4 ounces. He's a 10, or he's a 1.9. I called it 1.5. I mean, 4 ounces could be a big deal, man. So it's gonna put me. The scale says I have 10.11. Oh, awesome. Good call. Yeah, that's definitely him. My smallest now is 1.5 pounds. Hey, slowly making our way up. I haven't really been catching much, guys. I've been really just focusing on trying to get a bigger bite. I mean, it's been slow. But I've just been really picking apart these points and just fishing, just keeping my trolling motor down and fishing, just fishing whatever I'm coming to. Skipping a dock, fishing some rocks off these points, fishing a brush pile when I see one. Just really taking my time and picking everything apart. I know there's big fish in this area, and I'm just fishing along, man. There's a big brush pile right here, full of crappie and stuff. And I'm sure there's a couple nice bass in it, you know, so.
Bill, one of the reputations of Lake Martin is there's no one section of the lake that plays huge. You know, most times you can find what you're looking for in any part of the lake.
You know,
I haven't seen people making giant moves.
No, not at all. And we've seen the aerial, and typically on the last day of an event, guys will be grouped up in one certain part of the lake or up the river or wherever that may be, but that hadn't been the case this week. When they show our aerial map of where our guys are, they're scattered all over the whole lake. And guys are catching them from one end of the lake to the other. So, like you said, seems like there's not one area. Boy, it looks like that looked like a good one.
It did.
It is a good one, or a better one. But yeah, it doesn't seem like there's one area of the lake that's firing. And a lot of times that happens on every body of water that we go to.
I can't get this hook. Looks like I got it. All right. Long and skinny.
3 ounce cull put him back around 6th place where he started the day. They get that easily on this one.
Let's see.
And A.B.A.S. started 9th place, 3-1 out of the lead. He was 7 points back of 6th place Loberg for the EQ points. He gets another spot. He's tied for 2nd right now. If he moves up there, he could finish 6th in the EQ points and make a little bit more change on this final day, moving up both standings.
We live. Well, we're trying. That's all I can really say. I mean, just trying to put it in front of as many as we can, and we probably caught 10 or so in the last hour and a half since we've started fishing docks, and it's been a lot of pound, quarter, 130, 140 type fish, but I'm gonna keep doing it. I mean, I'm all in on this. I know this is a way to get a big bite. And it's just a matter of them turning on. So we're gonna keep at it. I really feel like, you know, the 12, 1 o'clock, it really turns on. So hopefully here in the next hour, they'll get set up, sun's high. And all we gotta do is put it in front of 1 or 2, and I really like where we'll be. I think we're somewhere around like 9.5, 10 pounds right now, roughly, give or take. So we still got like a 150 in there, 160, 170 type fish. So we got a lot of room to improve. If we can get that 2.5 pound bite, 3 pound or even bigger, that'd go a long, long ways. So the biggest thing is trying to get that big bite first thing in the morning, and we just didn't have that this morning. So, but I'm not discouraged. I mean, this place is not easy right now. You can catch a lot of fish, but it's just a lot of 120, 130, 140s. And as long as I'm getting bit, I'm gonna keep doing it, because you just never know when it might be that 3+ pounder.
Josh Butler just pound 6 ounces out of the lead behind Bobby Bakewell. Could be less than that, based on what his estimate he just gave us there.
Top 4 within 1.5 pounds.
Yeah.
We have a lot happen. Thought with Auburn having a bye week, we'd have a few more people out on the water today. But Georgia's hosting, so.
Yes, not that far from Georgia.
Oh, I don't know how big that was.
Wanted to snitch on our Elite Series pro who fished at Auburn. There's a couple now, but Logan Parks. Heard he's going to the Alabama game today. He's supposedly rooting for South Carolina, but isn't Auburn fan allowed to attend an Alabama game when Auburn's not playing in it? I mean,
if you're rooting against Alabama, which it sounds like he is.
You know, I didn't see if he was wearing an Auburn hat or not. If he's blending in wearing someone else's hat, I'm just saying, I'm gonna just let that info out to the faithful.
I thought you were gonna mention Steve Kennedy, big Auburn fan, being one of our camera drivers this week.
Hey, I'm good. There's three schools in college football that give me the icks. Okay, they give me the ick.
Icks?
Yeah, that's Texas A&M, Tennessee, and Auburn. And I'm just glad the Razorbacks beat 2 of the 3. You know, should have beat the 3rd one, but I'm just got the job done. So Rob G, he can come chirping at me anytime. I'll send him the scoreboard.
And a couple Tennessee fans out in the elites.
better one. We missed a little break in our service there, but
Yeah.
we'll get to upgrade with that. Smallest fish, a pound.
Whether it's someone's preferred fishing style or not, using forward facing, it is so intriguing to see things that we would guess on, you know, make assumptions on, and to see like the fish following to the boat, and then where do they go from there? And then you see them go down and they get on another piece of cover. They don't just go straight back, or they just float, or they go over here. You know, they're curious creatures, and what we're able to see even after the fish has landed is so interesting, especially like a group of 20 fish. And that's one thing that Paul has shown us today, earlier at least.
Back out to Yui Aoki. This view has not changed a lot during the course of the day. He is bunkered in here.
Pero, excuse me. Sorry. Yeah. Yes. Oh, came off.
29th fish.
I'm gonna say that bite had to put him up around 30 is what I was thinking. That's a good one too.
That's almost a
fat.
2-pounder. Sure, he's heard of Takuito's smallmouth Disneyland. This is spotted bass Disneyland maybe, but it's all the kiddie rides.
140. Yeah. Change. Number 4.
Needs a couple of those e-tickets, I think.
Aoki trying to move up there a little bit. That's a good step right there. Good solid keeper right there. There's a man they're all trying to catch. Orlando, Florida's Bobby Bakewell. Got the best limit of the day of all of our anglers, 11 pounds, 12 ounces. Could well be 12 pounds. And it becomes official at weigh-in time, but we've still got more fishing to go before we get there. Less than 2 hours fishing time remain for our 10 anglers out there on the last day of the year. St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7. This is Championship Saturday here. Take a look at the leaderboard and our top 4. Bobby Bakewell, Josh Butler, Dakota Ebert, and Will Davis Jr. all within a pound and a half. That is the recipe for kind of an exciting finish, I would think. That's where we are headed today. It looks like the anglers are going to have to get some big fish happening and getting them happening pretty soon. If you've got room to grow, this would be the time to jump a couple of giants and make yourself part of the conversation there. Paul Marks fits into that category. He's 4 pounds, 3 ounces back. He needs a big one. Might be one.
He followed all the way to the surface. I dropped it down. He swam up, looked at the boat. Pretty nice largemouth. It's the fattest fish, fattest largemouth I've seen. Nice little coal. Cannot believe he ate it.
You got to remember, even though Paul has been 6th to 10th place, he started the day in 5th, 2-9 back from the lead. So as he builds it, he didn't need as much as 9th and 10th needed.
No, he came from a good place. Back to Yui Aoki. Still no giant showing up today for him.
Working on a limit for everybody. This is 31st fish.
It's like they all come out of the same mold.
Yeah.
I think he's got the same fish more than once today.
Maybe all of them.
Maybe change.
Except 5.
6.
Is our biggest spotted bass this week been a little over 3 pounds or right at 3 pounds?
Right at 3,
Yeah,
I think,
all
2.
of our guys, I mean, Will Davis, Josh Butler, Paul Marks, Cody Meyer, they all caught 3+ pound spots yesterday. Or I think maybe Paul's caught a 3-pounder at some point.
There's some 3-pounders late yesterday afternoon. Eastern Fothergill sure caught an important 3-pounder. I'm not sure what species it was. Congratulations again to him and all 9 who are going to fish the elites next season.
Heck yeah, hats off to them. A lot of hard work went into that.
We got 3 of them fishing today. They're going to get awards, that cool little trophy
after
like
weighing
they got last year, to weigh in today.
Freddie Verdon. Alabama angler with lots of opens experience.
It's a little better.
Finally. Just freaking slow. Shit. Yeah. Slow plucking away. It's a grind.
That's gonna give him some ounces there, maybe close to a pound.
2-pounder? It's more than.
Yeah, 1 pound call for him.
It's a good one there. Doggone it, we're having a great time on the water here at Lake Martin today. No question about that.
Oh, you keep me young, Tommy. You keep me young.
Birds flying in that battle that's going on out in the water, that's for sure. Good, tight competition. Oh yeah.
Cannonball.
Yeah.
Trout fast.
That's my buzzer. Bring it back. All right, well, we're gonna take a walk, and we'll be right back in just a couple of minutes.
Go walk the dog.
Bassmaster Live, and you're watching the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, presented by 7. This is the last stop of the year, last day of school, last day of the tournament. Last day for open fishing in 2024. And Floridian Bobby Bakewell for the last hour plus has been on top of that leaderboard right there. Bobby Bakewell, slim lead over Josh Butler, Dakota Ebert, Will Davis Jr. Very, very tight race among those top 4. Those are the 4 that everyone is chasing, and everyone is falling a little bit farther back as we go along. So you gotta double down. You gotta find something big. Cody Meyer's one of those guys. He's doing what it takes, or doing whatever it takes. You can see the fish there.
Oh my God, dude.
He gets this one, it's going to be some fun.
You got to get the bite before you got to worry about catching it.
That's right.
Always been my motto.
Worry about that later.
That's right. Trust in your equipment. And
that was an interesting visual, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Really nice.
Now, Bill Lowe and Josh Butler, Will Davis, they were our two leaders within 13 ounces of each other. Both of them are pounds, 3 to 4 pounds under their daily average. You expect them to pick it up this afternoon. Seems like a bite window has been kind of opening a little bit.
You know, it seems like it don't seem like it has been every single day. Somebody catches a 3-pounder at the end of the day, right at the end of the day. I mean, after we went off live yesterday, Father Gill caught a 3-pounder, which if he hadn't caught that fish, he would not have won.
I'll be dang.
The Angler of the Year.
Oh, dude, you so should have done that.
I believe Will Davis caught a good one right at the end of the day yesterday as well. And I would assume that that'll happen again today. Now, by who? We never know. But it's happened every single day, and I don't see why today would be any different at all. You know, most of them fish that them guys are catching at the end of the day are dock fish. Sun's high. We have very little wind today. High bluebird skies. A perfect day for that dock bite to happen. And what are we, a little under 2 hours now left in the day?
Yeah, exactly.
Have a bag, man. But
I'd say if we're going to see it happen, it's going to happen here.
there's largies up here.
And like I said, it's happened every day, so I don't know why today wouldn't be any different.
Big finger that's just
It could be Bakewell.
to the right.
Could be.
of this
Pulling
one,
further
over
up
on
ahead.
the other side of the land, wherever. I caught a 260 back in there yesterday.
He is definitely not straying from his game plan.
Not this one. He's saying,
Said he's going to lock that jig and that buzzer in his hand and just go. And
Two 1.5 pounders in his
big
weight.
this morning.
3-pounder could put it away.
Yesterday,
Absolutely.
back up in there.
he might as well just finish it off and catch him a 5.
Yeah.
I know there's largies around here. Just trying to get 2 of them. Oh, I want so bad to know what everyone has, but it is what it is. I've been telling him, like, I don't care what happens. You know, I've had fun. That 4-pounder made my. No. I think what's his name? Will Davis caught. He has like a 4. I thought it was a 413, but if it's a 4. No, well, hold on. It's what my scale said. My scale is usually on for like one fish. It's just, you know, the bag. But like it said, that smallie I had at Mississippi River was 5'10", and on their scale it was 5'2", so that's pretty damn close. Because hundredths, not ounces.
Oh, I see. He was 5.10.
Yes.
Yeah, I did not expect that big in at all. That was.
Most scales will be pretty accurate if the fish is steady. It's just your conversion ability if you're doing decimals versus a scale that's pound and ounces. This week you better not have one that's pounds and ounces because you're going to need a 1.15 versus a 1.10.
And most people's math skills are not as steady as most scales. We can safely say that.
Uh-oh.
Now, look at there.
Heck yeah. Good largemouth. Just gonna back off real quick, then we're gonna cull. Two-pounder.
You know, it's cool to see him use a bait, that Yamamoto Aiko that's kind of not been talked about for a number of years. You know, I think earlier this morning he said it's been around for 20 years. You know, almost reminds me of a tube bait that I'm such a big fan of. And he's been a key bait for him this week. So pretty cool to just see kind of bringing back an old school bait. You know, we always say baits run in cycles, you know, where they're good for a couple years and they disappear and then show back up in the scene. And pretty sure they're going to sell some of them now.
Are tubes coming back, Bill?
You know, I hope not.
You'd rather have those to yourself, huh?
I do. It ain't very big. Oh, no, I lied. He's a good one, I think. I don't know if he'll help or not. Shoot. Poor fella got a headache for sure. Didn't mean to do that to him.
Excuse me.
Nah, it don't help. It's 1.5. There's a bunch of them in this pile there. In these piles, there's a couple little piles here and there.
Almost looks like he's been on that same brush pile for a little while here now.
And I was wrong earlier. Dakota doesn't need to finish top 2 or 3 to pass Andrew Loberg for 6th in the EQ. He actually has to win, because if he gets 2nd, he ties Loberg, and Loberg has the tiebreaker. So he has to, if Dakota wins today, he moves to 6th in the points and goes to the Classic, obviously. So
yeah. Pretty Vernon. Trying to get a little dock action going there. Smallest is a pound. That one, well, it's going to be close.
Oh no, maybe.
One thing for sure about it, the guys have had fun this week.
Oh man,
you know?
yeah.
Maybe not catching the giants, but anytime you get a bite and can catch, 20, 30 fish a day, I mean, how can you complain about that?
All had their line stretched this week. That's cool.
That's right.
it's also the same thing for Marks and Smith. Paul would lose the tiebreaker to Tucker, so he needs to win the tournament to jump to 3rd in points. So we got two things there. Marks and Ebert, if they win, they move up in points. If not, they miss the Classic and stay where they're at.
Well, don't forget, that's all going to be resolved come weigh-in time. That happens at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and it's going to be available to you to see right here on Bassmaster.com. So try not to miss out on that. The weigh-in, which won't take long, but we'll have also the recognition of our points winners, our Angler of the Year, all of our qualifiers as well. So plenty of reasons to tune in. Back to more live coverage. Championship Saturday at the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake Martin, Alexander City, Alabama. We salute our fantastic host city, as we always do. Great story, Florida's Bobby Bakewell, who just missed out on qualifying for the Bassmaster Elite Series through his points through 9 events all season long, 9 months long. Got a chance to win this tournament. The other good part about that story is we got some great competition, too. 3 anglers right within a pound and a half.
I expect that same thing to come true next year for the 2025 Bassmaster Opens, Tommy. It has been an incredible pipeline. Combine that with College Series. Not only are they now testing the waters of the Opens, they're coming into the Opens more prepared than ever before. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and Bill Lowen's been testing me about the Open schedule and different things for 2025. Well, I'm going to be pleasantly surprised for you here. I'm going to debut the schedule for next year and the format change. And so, Bill, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to tell you the schedule. We got a few weeks left of the schedule. I had to mess with you there. But I will tell you about the format change. So we used to have the Opens as 3 events, 3 different divisions, and it was regionally located, Southern, Northern, Central. And then we went to a year where we had 2 different 4-event divisions. Then it ended up combining of why don't we test these guys for a full schedule, 9 events like the Elite Series, what they're going to go jump into. So it's worked very well the last 2 or 3 seasons, but some feedback from folks. This is going to open it up to those who want to travel a little bit less. It's so hard to do 9 weeks sometimes. If you want to sign up, you have 2 different divisions you can sign up for, 4 events in each, and that could be all you do, fish 4 Opens in a season. But if you finish in the top 50 in points after those 4 events, you will then move on to an additional 3 events for the EQ Series. And so the EQ Series is now developing into a 3-event shootout in the fall, September, October, November, after the Elite Series season ends. And the 3 EQ events will feature 50 from each division, so 100 Opens anglers. It'll have Elite Series pros, maybe guys like Bill Lowen who want to fish into the fall a little bit more, maybe some anglers who are on the cut line, not requalifying for the Bassmaster Elite Series or worried about requalifying. They have their 3-event shootout. They can jump in and participate. We'll then take the top however many to advance to the Elite Series the next season. If you are a guy who is a traveling pro and wants to fish 10, 11, 12 events in a season, this is also a great opportunity. Both divisions, 4 events. You can sign up for both, equal or double your chances of making the top 50, and you could fish a possibility of 11 events this season, ranging from February to November, most likely, in anticipation of making the Bassmaster Elite Series. And, Bill, that's a lot of shots on goal for a Bassmaster Classic berth if you were an Opens angler hoping to make the World Championship. So I had to do that with the schedule, Bill.
Thanks, appreciate that.
Hank Weldon said, hold on tight, two or three more weeks, we'll get it. And I said, Hank, your deadline's Halloween, and that carries no weight. He has no reason to listen to me.
He probably has no worries about that. Just thinking off the cuff here.
He looked back at you and went, boom!
I'm thinking it needs to be before Halloween.
Do some postulating, Bill, since the Elites doesn't have a New York stop, maybe an Opens will go up to New York.
Probably so.
I don't know where. That doesn't help anybody very much, but...
Oh, look at those fish swimming under the boat out towards his... Oh,
he's got one.
Ooh. Drop it to that group that just came into view. Wow.
Well.
He's had to, it's had to change, Tommy. We had him on day 1, and we saw the feed of his electronics there too. And we didn't nearly, we would see structure with 2 or 3 blobs around it.
Yeah.
And we have seen more fish in his areas today than we've seen the other 2 days combined.
Bigger fish, what it's all about now for Paul Marks. And 6 of our 10 anglers, to be sure, going to have to find some size if you want to make a run at this thing in the limited time available before we have to load them up and start the weigh-in.
Barely.
Bakewell, the leader from Orlando, Florida.
25 years old.
25.
We moved to some shallower docks here. I had a couple of good blow-ups this morning on a plopper, and I figured I would try to come back and just try some shallower docks here. We haven't been bit yet, but we're still just trying to get us a big bite. We got roughly about an hour left. It's plenty of time. I mean, that's all we need. I mean, if we catch a 4-pounder, I feel like we're in very good shape. and it can happen. Any case.
4-pounder would do it.
That's what I'm doing.
As of now.
Sticking with it. I'm not going to do anything else but this. And right now, it should be getting good. I mean, about 12:30, 1 o'clock. I mean, yesterday it was about every dock I went to, I was getting, if not 1, 2 bites per dock. So I might go revisit a few docks didn't get bit on earlier and see if that's the case. But I'm going to fish these 3 or 4 docks out, see if we can't. Just trying to switch it up a little bit. Most of the docks we've been fishing has got roughly 10, 12 foot on the end, and these probably don't have but 3 or 4. So just a little bit something different.
Got our big bag of the event yesterday, 14.5 doing that. And Jonathan Kelly is pleading for that 4-pounder from him or Will Davis.
Yeah.
Butler already qualified for the Classic. Will Davis, 19.
Might be a better one.
Hooked up. Kenny.
Yeah, that's definitely better. I don't think it's big though. Yeah, definitely a call. Thank you, Laura. I think anyway. Decent largemouth. Largemouth getting back in the live well. We tried something different for about 2 hours, minimal luck. Kind of came back up to just kind of start hitting some stuff we haven't maybe worn out too bad. Not gonna help a lot, but bigger than some of these guys. Decent. Better than what we had. At least made us think it was a big one for a minute.
What was that grade?
0.3, so.
Trying to find the bigger ones. Keep trying, keep trying. Oh my goodness. Yeah, putting on a show out there in Lake Martin. Out there, I guess it's warmed up pretty good during the course of 80 degrees today, did you say?
Yeah, going to be around 80.
Yeah, well, that's good enough. Out there, do a little showing off for everybody out there. We got somebody who needs to show off by winning this tournament, and someone will, you can be sure. We press on into the afternoon of the St. Croix Bassmaster Open on Lake Martin, Alexander City, Alabama, presented by 7 and sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. So great to have had you with us. We've been at it since 7 a.m. Central Time, local time this morning. All the way, we'll take you pretty close to all the way to the end of fishing time. We've got another hour of fishing to show you out here. And 10 anglers trying to get the job done, trying to lock down the last win available to them on this open season for 2024. 8 previous stops, 8 winners, 8 who are going to the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic unless otherwise qualified.
Gosh, that seems so long ago. Scott Martin won in record fashion at Okeechobee.
We were talking about that earlier today.
Ouachita, Jeremiah Kindy, Kyle Austin at Sandy Cooper, Butler fishing here, Logan Martin, Fothergill at Eufaula, and then at Leach to get Tyler Burvett in the Classic. Jay Secured at St. Clair. Got Carl Jacobson in the Classic. Cody Stahl.
Bobby Bakewell, your leader right now, got a 1.6 pound advantage over Josh Butler. and Dakota Ebear, those two tied for second place. And Will Davis, 1 ounce further back. Drops down a bit after that.
Boy, Butler and Davis are, with 9 pounds and 8 pounds approximately, are considerably lower than their previous days.
Especially Butler with his 14 pounds yesterday. That was strong.
And each is 1 bite away, only about 1.5 pounds. Bakewell with the 4.5 pounder at 8:07 this morning. If he catches anything above 2 to 3 pounder, he could put it away.
Josh Butler hooked up. He has taken a lot of fish from docks today. That one gets to go back.
Made the comment that he caught 2 or 3 fish off every dock yesterday afternoon, so.
And yeah, starting at noon.
So I'm sure he's ready for that.
Straight up almost.
Yeah.
Ready for that to start happening
He's
again.
probably looking at his watch, waiting anxiously for that.
And I think he's getting the bites, just not the size he needs.
Bakewell's doing the same thing, but we have not seen Will Davis in some time now.
Yeah, it's been a lull for him, for sure.
Yeah, here we are watching both our leaders doing exactly the same thing.
Yep.
But the spots that I did catch down lake, those are I caught fish yesterday. That's where I caught on my bag yesterday, but I went there for the first time in my life yesterday. So can't really trying to stay positive as far as, I just know it's this time of the day and I'm fishing all new water, so hopefully I can get a little clue as to what I need to be doing to cull 2 more times and come in with a big old bag. But until then, oh man, there's a big one. There's like a 2 or 3 pounder there. I keep seeing them. No, with my eyes. No, I'm just saying like I see them, not, but I haven't got one of them to eat. Like I just saw, if it was a bass, it looked like it was like a 2 or 3 pounder. And there was like 2 or 3 on the other side of that dock, but they were, they weren't very big.
Bakewell took the lead at about 10 a.m. with 32 pounds, 7 ounces. Culled twice since then. Last time about 10:30.
Yeah, he's up to 34 now. He celebrated all our winners there, Such, a minute ago. Celebrate or give us some stats about the ones who qualified for the Elite Series next
Easton
year.
Fothergill, he finished with 1,606 points. Last year, J.T. Tompkins won with 1,659, so he's short 54 some odd points. But our final guy, Evan Kung, we were estimating it would take 1,445. It took 1,463. He would have finished 6th last year, so we're a little higher on the top end and a little higher on the bottom end as well. So it moved up a little bit, but.
And Evan would have still qualified with 16 or 45 because of the gap between Matt after dropping him.
Yeah. Adams, yeah.
There were some weird big gaps. I mean, I never thought that we would have a tie for the last spot coming into this event and a 68-point gap to the next
feeling,
angler,
man.
you know.
Like, I know I got a good bag, but I know I have potential for a huge one. Like, come on. Oh, man.
Talking about that story about him when he was a youth catching a fish.
Oh,
and
yeah.
getting signed the heirloom.
Yes, the
Bakewell's
heirloom story at Bassmaster.com. An incredible picture. And there he is, Bobby Bakewell, 2 decades ago.
Istapoga, man.
Oh, man. He looks, I mean, he is serious. He is.
Look at that fish.
He is staring a hole in that camera in a giant 8-pounder. Out there in Florida somewhere, I assume, right, Ronnie? Doesn't that look like Florida?
Istapoga. Or sorry, Westlake Toho. Okay,
Westlake of Toho. Man.
He looks
Bill
intimidating
Dance
in
Ray
that
Scott
picture.
signed that?
Yeah, I saw
You
Mike
said-
Sukon on it. How did that get us?
I did not sign
You were there to sign that?
You said in his youth, he didn't. I don't even think he was old enough to be youth yet. I think he was. I think he was still pre-K.
He looked like a big 4.
That's
With an
still
8-pound
considered
bass.
a toddler.
He's a big guy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very cool.
And here he is, 21 years later.
Yeah,
The mold was cast way back in the day.
My hat's off to the guys, all 9 of them that made the
my.
elites this year. You know, we set the EQs up to prepare them for the elites with a 9 tournament schedule, and that's exactly what it does. But like I said, my hat's off to all 9 of them because I know how hard it is to qualify. And you know, back in the day, 18 years ago when I qualified, but to have a 9 tournament series and prepare these guys for the elites. They're as good as it gets, and like I said, my hat's off. Congratulations to every one of them.
Oh, absolutely.
You'll get your full taste of possible pre-spawn fishing, spawn, summertime, and then into the fall. And we had a bunch of changes last year when we went Watts Bar, Lake of the Ozarks, and Harris Chain, and the same can be said for Leech, Mississippi River, and Lake Martin, which was supposed to be Lake Hartwell.
Pretty young field. I want to get into it later, but not as young as last year.
Okay,
Making
talk
the
about that
elites.
when we come back. Plenty more to talk about on this day. We're finishing all the business of the year in a very different year, especially in terms of exposure for these Opens anglers. We can talk about that a little bit too. Boy, not much more than an hour's time, maybe less than an hour's time, depending on how much traveling you have to do to get back to Wind River State Park and the weigh-in, which commences at 2:30 Central, 3:30 Eastern, right here on Bassmaster.com on the final day. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7. We're at Lake Martin, Alabama, historic lake here on the Tallapoosa River, and Floridian Bobby Bakewell hanging in there, still hanging on to that lead right behind him. Josh Butler, Go to Hebert, and others. That's the way our 10 are distributed around that lake. We talked about it before. No section of the lake is played really that much significantly better than the others. Seems to be an equal opportunity place no matter where you go.
Just even in the water.
I think the only thing that I was shocked by is we didn't see an angler way up the river or, you know,
Yeah, me
back
too.
into some of the creek arms in here that have true defined creeks in them. We haven't seen that at all. And typically this time of the year, that is a tremendously good pattern to be running.
We on tonight.
Bakewell with 1.6 pounds margin ahead of Butler and Ebear, those two tied for second place. And Will Davis 1 ounce behind that. Very, very tight. None of these anglers had the opportunity to do pre-practice because of the late scheduling date. The shift to Martin here.
We get roughly like 30.
Yeah, the open anglers get a 15-day off-limits period prior to each event, so.
Haven't seen Will Davis in a while.
Yeah, it's been a grind. You know, I've hit a lot of new water, and I run back to some areas where I caught some good ones, and I'm getting a lot of bites, but the quality is just not there today. It's as we call it, a good old special Lake Martin day. But we still got a little bit, about an hour to fish, so we're just gonna keep on slinging and hope we can get that right bite. Just pulled into this area. I caught a good one here yesterday, and I had a 4-pounder on a spook the other morning right here, and in practice, and the conditions just really wasn't set up good yesterday. A spook, but they bit the jig better right here, but it's a totally, it seems like it's been changing day by day. The fish have been trying to move, and all that stuff from the back of the pockets to the side of the pockets to the mouth of the pockets. This has been one of them deals that you're just trying to keep up with them, and it's kind of tough, but
well, last year, 2023, Will Davis as a rookie was spending that last hour of the last day make on the move. I mean, hitting all the best places, everything he could think of to hit to try to eke out a victory there on Lay Lake on the Coosa River, and by 2 ounces, he got the job done.
The problem, I think, that he had, his roommate, Mark Menendez, he told a story that in practice, they both found out they were fishing and saving that backwater creek area. Yeah. Real clear. There was some fish spawning there, and it was a delayed spawn. You know, the rest of the lake had seemingly finished up the spawn, and so Will had heard Mark talking to him, and he's like, I think I know where you're fishing at. And they ended up going through the story, and I think long time ago, Mark fished with Will's dad on Lay, and, and that's how he knew to go check that area. And Will was like, what in the world? But then it worked out, and it was saved, and Mark didn't make the final day, and Will was able to utilize it.
Delivered for him, yeah.
These fish have been finicky, good gosh. They'll just go and nose down on that jig today for some reason. Just won't get it. You'll be sitting there just say any second he's gonna thump it.
That was an odd Lay Lake event. Jason Christie catching a 9-pound, 4-ounce, the biggest one of the season. And Brandon Polnick actually had the dead fish penalty when a fish got stuck in his live well. He'd never seen anything like that before in his life. And it passed, and he lost 4 ounces.
And that was also the only time he left beeswax was the last 30 minutes, and the rockin' from the main lake sloshed his cold tags. Otherwise, he would have just been back there in the small pocket. But he knows he's a good sport. He knows all things happen for a reason, and
that's what he said. It is Will Davis's to win.
Honestly, I don't think I would have wanted to be on stage with Will Davis's contingent out in the crowd yelling at me. I don't know if I'd have made it out of there and alive, you know.
Are you saying it would have been like a mobbing?
Yeah, I mean, they had air horns. It was pouring down rain, and no one left. You know, so you knew that they were in it for the long haul.
They were serious. They were committed.
Yeah. If that trophy wasn't getting taken 30 minutes from the boat ramp, it wasn't going anywhere.
There we go, hooked up.
Oh, Lord, man, in bad shape.
Won't beat his 2 fish that go 1.7, 1 pound 7 ounces in his.
Caught a bunch of these today.
Fast track weights. Guys need a hero catch. Could happen, but
absolutely
rare.
Clock is ticking out here. Bobby Bakewell still in the lead, trying to nurse that thing home, that pound 7 ounce lead. Bobby Bakewell really rising up on the final day of this final at the end of the year. Well, less than an hour's fishing time, probably much less than that for some of these anglers. They've got a long commute to get back to Wind River, and the weigh-in, which starts at 2:30, as we remind you, 2:30 Central Time. Find it right here on Bassmaster.com, and still it's Bobby Bakewell, took that lead over several hours ago. Young man from Orlando, Florida, hanging on to that lead, which is not big, but may turn out to be big enough. So we have got some more fishing to show you here before we have to step back. But we do want to take a quick opportunity to come back into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon, to say a big thanks to Bill Lowen. Bill Lowen has provided some terrific analysis this week. And Bill, we applaud you, and I know you applaud all these guys who have worked so hard throughout this long, long season.
Absolutely,
all these opens anglers. For
sure, and I appreciate y'all having me, Ronnie, Tommy, Such, everybody in-house. You know, it's kind of cool to be here. It's actually an honor for me to be here. Especially on a tough fishery, be able to break it down, help the fans and the viewers understand kind of what's going on, especially in this fall time transition when we don't get to see a lot of tournaments during the fall time of the year. Gives me a little glimpse on what's coming for the elites,
yes,
kind of how I can prepare. So yeah, like I said, it's an honor for me to be here. I appreciate it. Anytime that I could be here, I'd really like to come back.
18 years on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Take us back to how when you qualified, when you knew that you had made it to this level.
What was the process even like?
Yeah, which did you go through?
So the process back then was, I believe it was a 3-series event. I jumped in the Northerns. That year I was trying to qualify for both tours. I tried to qualify, if it was Fishing the Ever Starts and the Bassmaster Opens. Was very fortunate, qualified for both tours, and had to pick, you know, we're gonna fish FLW, we're gonna fish Bass, and my dream, like every other fisherman out there, was to be on that Bassmaster Classic stage, so it was kind of a no-brainer for me. So yeah, it was a 3-series deal, qualified 18 years ago. Been truly blessed to be able to have the career that I've had up to this point. Hopefully we can do it for another 10 years.
That first year worked out pretty good. You had already knocked out a top 4, two events into that first year of the Bassmaster
You know, my
Elite
first
Series.
year on tour was, you know, all my buddies were saying, hey, how are you gonna leave home? Because basically I'd never really ever left home to go anywhere. And I said, you know what? I'm gonna go fish the way I fish. If it doesn't work out, I don't need to be there. So I went, did my thing, swam a jig, fished shallow, qualified for my first Classic. I think I finished 25th or 26th my first year on tour. Second year was my worst year. You know, I started listening to Doc talk, trying not to do my thing. And I told Jennifer, I said, I'm gonna fish the way I fish for the rest of my career. If it don't work out, it don't work out. And it's worked out pretty well since.
Not too shabby overall. We think about timing of things. We think about Kyle Austin missing the Elite Series by 2 spots or a spot last year and just missing out on a dream come true. He regroups this year, fishes in the Opens, and wins to go to the Classics. So that's his big-time carrot. We think about a Bobby Bakewell, just days left in the season and realizing I'm probably not able to make the Elite Series, but I've got to win this one to give myself a shot. Fished no regard for human life. I'm just going to fish as best as I can, and look at him. An hour left in the season, he's got a chance to do it. So in the timing, and you know that when your win came, it was the perfect timing for you.
Absolutely. You know, we always say when it's meant to be, it's meant to be. You can do nothing wrong, and we've seen Bobby do that this morning. Will he pull it off? We don't know. We got a little bit of time left. There's been a good fish caught at the end of the day, every day. So I clearly expect to see that happen again.
What do you think, Such?
Well, the big fish, like when you want to Pickwick, that big fish did the thing. Next year, when you fish your 200th B.A.S.S. event, the Elite Series is going to be a little bit younger. Not as young as what came in last year, but the 9 Elite qualifiers, 27 years old average. Last year was 24.8 years old. Led by Easton Fothergill, 22, Bo Browning, 22, our 9th place angler. The oldest one will be Cody Meyer, 41 years old. Dakota Abers, 32, and Loberg is the only other one 30 or above. Everybody else is in their 20s.
Well, Cody Meyer's a different sort of story. 41 years old, does not want life to go on without giving this thing a great try, and sometimes it works out. Certainly did in his case.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and I'm to that point in my career. I'll turn 50 here in December, so now I'm becoming one of the old timers. You know, so.
I will say, 200 events, Bill, you've got 300 more to catch Rick Clunn. That just seems so daunting when you think about what he's done. You're like,
pace yourself.
Man, I'm 40% of the way there. Holy cow.
When Rick Clunn started, I wasn't even born yet, so I'm pretty sure I'm not ever going to make it to that.
I got no hallmarks here.
Be a big bass.
They honored him at the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame, and Bass is named award, Rick Clunn Award.
Stop it.
Say that again, Such. They named an award after Rick Clunn. I know he won the Ray
Chase
Mirsky
Anderson
Award.
got up and said here's a Rick Clunn Humanitarian Award. It's going to be awarded every year in Rick Clunn's honor.
On the Elite Series or at the Hall of Fame?
Series.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He won the Ray Mirsky Lifetime Achievement Award.
Yes.
Rick Clunn did.
Yes.
It's only been awarded 3. That was the 3rd time it's been awarded.
It's the meanest bass all week. Destroyed me.
Eddie Vernon hooked up, dock fishing.
And the tongue again. It's a pretty one.
I've heard fish called pretty this week. I've heard them called cute.
What would you call Bobby Bakewell's 4.5 pounder that might give him the win?
Big Nancy.
Sexy.
Big Nancy.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Big sexy.
Did you name your
Elmo for
fish that
largemouth, yeah.
won you Pickwick?
I typically call Big Nancy's is when I catch them, but I'd have to say on this one, that as tough as it's been, we're going to call her Big Sexy.
Let's get out to our leaders. Speaking of which, right now, Bobby Bakewell trying to hang on to that 1 pound, 6 ounce advantage.
Oh gosh, dude. It's not even explainable. I mean, not only the money, you know, I mean, obviously the money's great. Like, I'm very blessed to have the sponsors that I do have. You know, without them, I definitely wouldn't be here. But, I mean, classic, Bert, that's what everyone dreams of that does this. I mean, if you are a tournament bass fisherman, and like you ask anyone what the #1 tournament they would like to fish, win, etc., it's that one. I mean, it's the biggest tournament in bass fishing. I don't care what who says, and you know, it would just be absolutely insane. It would be absolutely insane. I don't know what the heck. I don't know what I do. I definitely freak out on stage, I can tell you that. Probably cry my eyes out. Love every minute of it. But regardless, time will tell and it'll happen. Doesn't happen this time. Hopefully it'll happen again sooner than later. You know, I was close this year to making the elites, which was pretty crazy. You know, I didn't really have, I mean, not that I didn't have intentions to, but like, you know, I mean, making the elites is like, just saying it sounds preposterous, but I kind of showed myself this year what I can do, and I knew I could make a top 10, and it just hadn't happened yet, and it was starting to bug me. And I can promise you the last place I thought it was gonna happen was here, but it happened, and I know even if I win or I don't, I'll be in contention, and I'm leaving here with a check. So I'm ecstatic. I got to catch them the way I like to catch them. You know, I love scoping and whatnot, but you know, I mean, shoot, who doesn't like a dang 4.5 pounder on a dang buzzbait? I mean, goodness gracious. But you know, so I've had a blast. But to answer your question, it would mean the world to me. I mean, like I said, it's whatever all of us dream of.
Ronnie, we did a story before the season started about the makeup of who is going to qualify. You're pretty close. We didn't have any former elites of the 17 who tried make it, but you said we need some experienced guys, some college guys.
I said some, yeah, and some former pros, because I knew how many were coming from. Like even Josh Butler, he fished a season as a professional angler elsewhere, and after his win at Logan Martin, I was feeling very confident in him. He fell down the leaderboard a little bit, but guys like Cody Meyer, Dakota Ebert, if I had to pick specifically a 9,
Emil Wagner, you mentioned.
I feel like I would have got 5 of them. I feel like we would have gotten 5 of them at least.
Would you peg Easton Fothergill for your EQ champion, though?
Not for the points, probably, but
surprised.
I mean,
2 wins.
Incredible. I think when you see an angler win the College Series Classic bracket, it says, hey, they're good.
Yeah.
And you really have to see through a few events in the Opens to know how good. And boy, he just got better and better.
And he's that calm, even guy.
Caught up a couple ounces. What's that?
Oh, gonna get close to time when it's strap everything down and head on back to weigh-in time. Again, that's coming up right here on Bassmaster.com at 2:30 Central, 3:30 Eastern Time. It's kind of slowed down a little bit. And a bunch of guys need things to pick up, speed up considerably. But that's the way it goes, oftentimes. There is some more fishing, some more meat left on that bone somewhere. Who's going to find it? There's the Pro Angler Division. Co-angler, I should say. Oh, Pro Angler Division.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought we were going to talk about the co-anglers for a minute. No, this is all about the pros today. And that's the award that goes out right there to our winner here. And, of course, with that, the invitation to the 2025 Bassmaster Classic.
Ooh, Angler of the Year
Angler
trophy.
of the Year trophy is going to be awarded here. Of course, our qualifiers throughout the course of the year. St. Croix Bassmaster Open.
Kudos to our trophy folks. They found out a week ago we were going to Martin, and they already had it corrected on the front of the trophy.
It was a rush order, wasn't it?
Expedited shipping's enough these days, you know.
Boy, no kidding. That's
I'm
not
just
cheap.
trying to get my stuff from the store.
Absolutely not cheap. Byron Kinney. He's caught plenty of fish today, just couldn't get the big one in, or big ones.
I don't know how this thing's hooked, bro. It's a dang good one, though. Looks like it's hooked in the side or something. How would that have happened? It's not that big, but bigger than, oh, that'll work. Bigger than anything else we got. Definitely a call. Dude, when it was behind that post, I thought it was a daggum 3 or 4 pounder. And I thought it was a largemouth, but it's not.
Size has not shown up this afternoon. Maybe because they had longer hours.
We finally got one a little better. Come up to a dock. I actually broke one off here yesterday. And just been a tough day as far as getting really numbers and size. But I just tell you what, I couldn't be more fortunate. I know I say it every time, but I couldn't be more fortunate to be here and doing this. The best part about it is got my friends and my family waiting when we get back. And Jesus loves me. So couldn't be anything better than that. And we're just having fun. Having fun. Hate it ends, you know, but got a lot to look forward to. And we might catch one more right here, who knows?
We've heard so many of our anglers this week talk about, and the anglers that have a lot of experience on this lake, that it doesn't handle pressure very well, and that a lot of places that you caught them yesterday do not replenish for the next day. So if you're kind of concentrating on the area and beating up on them, definitely may make things a lot slower for you versus the guys that are running new water, you know, and like our leader has done, just, you know, he's fished different water that he hadn't fished all week.
Absolutely.
I heard a couple say you have to do that. You have to run new water every day.
Yeah, we heard Will Davis talk about that a lot. You know,
oh, yeah. Even in advance of the tournament, he said it would be that way, for sure.
You know, it's hard enough to have fish for one day, let alone 3 days, so.
Josh will need to be coming back soon. He is on the far west reaches. He's got to go.
Yeah, he was saying, I got to have 30 minutes to get back. Yeah. So, his time to go is.
Last dock, possibly.
Yeah, could be.
I could spend 30 minutes fishing that dock.
We've had a decent day. It was a fun day. Caught a lot of fish. That big bite just eluded us. And yesterday, you know, we was fortunate to have a big bag, and we caught 4 and a 3. And then we also had 3 fish over 2. Well, today I've only got 1 fish over 2, and not that I've had a bad day by no means. Just got to, you know, it's been a great week. Great week. So if we can somehow manage a big fish right here at the last minute, you know, congrats, hats off to however it's going to shake out. But I have no complaints at all. It's been fun, caught a ton of fish, you know. It was a good time.
Say this, yesterday, Will Davis with the cameraman, 11.4 was what he had yesterday, and not far off his total, so Will's 7.15 may be correct.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Oh my God, yes. Oh my God, yes. Fish just come off, fish come off.
Quit.
Oh, that's a 2-pounder, dude. Frickin' buzzbait at 155. 230, man. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
How awesome is that?
That is
number 2.
Huge.
I don't care. Number 2.  'Two. Oh, he just come off the cold tag, you little bugger. Come here. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 49. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. 70. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 86. 87. 88. 89. 90. 91. 92. 93. 94. 95. 96. 97. 98. 99. 100. 101. 102. 103. 104. 105. 106. 107. 108. 109. 110. 111. 112. 113. 114.
first keeper in 4 hours.
And it's the right
First
flavor.
upgrade.
2 1/4, 2 pounds,
Wow.
5 ounces or so. That is, everybody else behind him needs a 2.5 right now, and he's the one who gets it.
That was pretty clutch right there for Bobby Bakewell. Wasn't meant to be for him to make it into the Bassmaster Elite Series. He was just short by 2 spots on that one, but man, oh man, as he put it together today. Very, very important day in the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens EQ Series for 2024.
Please come in.
That's the one.
Please come in. Yeah! Hey, that's why I threw the buzz bait.
Bill Owen, when he gets that bite early on championship day, he now knows I didn't win. I have the potential to win. That's the one that's going to allow me to catch up.
I have the opportunity.
How many guys fall short of getting a second, third, fourth bite that's quality, and he was able to follow through with that buzzbait the rest of the day.
12.5 pounds up to 34.11 on Bass Track.
Weigh-in starting 3:30 p.m. Hey, that's 30 minutes from now. Eastern time on Bassmaster.com. It won't take long for the weigh-in, but a lot of important hardware to give out in addition to the winning trophy for this tournament. It'll be worth your time. It won't take too long. We will see you then right here on Bassmaster.com.